everyone, I am Brian with Playing for Second, and today we are going to dive into the newly arrived 5th volume of Hexplore, the Mountains of Godai. So I recently released an unboxing of this one, and there's already some mixed feelings towards the Hexplore fans out there. So we're going to kind of see what I feel about it. So I'm going to try to do some timestamps. So I think I'm going to try to do timestamps for the harvest phase, for the siege phase, and then at the end for just kind of my general impressions and reviews of the game. So this is my third play of it. I played it with the nephews over the weekend, and we won during the second siege phase. And then my first play, I got unlucky and got 2 sieges in a row, and it was the first time I was playing it. So I was not prepared for 1 siege, let alone 2 in a row, and yeah, got rocked. So we're gonna see here. Other pieces of housekeeping. This is just base game with the exception of the rolls and races. I did mix those in. I am playing with a Hex-exclusive roll, a Hex-exclusive race, and a rare race from the expansions / stretch goal stuff. I'll be using the minis that came with the stretch goals for the towers, not the little cardboard ones that come in the base box. And I think that's it. I am using both factions, the Capricorn and the Ishiden. I am going to make not only probably rules mistakes and tactical mistakes, but I'm going to butcher some of these names. And yeah, I think I should have been shuffling when I said that. I did shuffle, but we're going to shuffle a little bit more. So yeah, I think that is everything we're going to go into. I was going to go Valor hunting, but I looked at some of the Valor things, and you really have to focus that. I kind of want to show off a little more of the game, I think. So we're not going to necessarily Valor hunt. But go ahead, join me at the table here. I'm going to continue to shuffle to get set up here. And we do have a little bit of setup to finish before we get started. So meet me at the table here and we'll get going. Okay. As I mentioned, we're going to just shuffle up here a little bit. I did leave it set up after the nephews and I were done, so probably need to shuffle just a little bit more. Not going to shuffle the villain deck, obviously, so the villain deck is made. I got it right here. I am set up for 4 sieges. I am hoping that it doesn't go that long. This could end up being 2 videos. I'm going to have to kind of keep my eye on the time to see how long they're going, but because yeah, it took us 5.5 hours to effectively play 2 sieges over the weekend, but that was my really kind of first time playing the whole thing through, and obviously they hadn't played it yet. So, okay, let's see here. Cool. All right, let's see. A couple things to get out of the way here. I am playing the Kensai, which is a Hex-exclusive. It is a combination striker assist, and the race I chose for the Kensai, and I'm hoping these are on camera, is the Sarugami, which is a Hex-exclusive race, so I have already updated all of my stuff for that. And then I chose the Astrologist as my healer because I feel like you kind of have to have a healer. I mean, I just like playing healers anyway, but in this one, the healers make your range 3, which is pretty good. And that is an Emerald Golem, or Golem, I don't know, however you say it. Oh, all right. Of course, the first one I draw is the LCG one, which I am not going to grab the LCG cards. So here we go. There's our first commission for the Capricorn, which is an all skills with an equip at an antiquity site, which we do have 1 antiquity site on the board. Okay, of course, Spearmaster. We are not playing with the Spearmaster. And here we go. And another one on an antiquity site. So right off the bat, this is one of the things that so far I'm frustrated at with the game. Antiquity sites seem to be harder to find than settlements. I mean, we have 4 settlements out right now and 1 antiquity site. And the commissions that you're trying to do, some of them are on, a lot of them are on antiquity sites. So we have 2 on an antiquity site and only 1 antiquity site. So that's slightly frustrating to me. As opposed with the previous Hexplore, these would just be positions on certain tiles and you would just have to go to the tile. All right, we're going to go ahead and roll and see where we're starting. So this is City 1, that is City 2, City State 1, City State 2. So we'll just do odds and evens. All right, so we're going to start over here. Cool. We are playing with, let's see, the Ishidan here is Takagora. That is the city-state we are going with. And then Machu Pacra for the Capricorn is the city-state we are going with for them. They are double-sided. I think they're kind of the same on each side, but you can obviously, these are double-sided, so you can switch and play city-state 1 for them or city-state 2, however you want to do it. We have our temple board here because we do have temple 1 is out there. The temple here says 10. I think in the rule book it says the temples have 8. I'm going with this. This says they start with 10 resilience, which is basically the temple's hit points. So I'm going to go with the 10 on there. We also do have, well, I'm not going to do this yet. We need to roll to see where our sky tile comes out at. Okay, so portal 2 and position 2, which it can't go to position 2. It can't go to position 2. It can go to the hex position, which is going to be right here, which means we need a new hex tile. Hex tiles, you can kind of see them. So I'm just going to take my stack and just kind of randomly pull one out. There we go. Since I can see the top one. I know what we're getting. Oh, wow, that one's cool. Has a little bit of everything on it. Okay, I don't want to cover... Oh, boy. I don't want to cover any of this. Here we go. I think like this might be our best bet. Because I don't want to cover the settlement, I don't want to cover the antiquity site, I don't want to cover the temple, and I don't want to cover the boss. Okay, so it's got to go right here. And this is one of the things in the book, like I don't know what section of it has to go right there, so I'm not going to reveal another tile. To me, that's not cheating, but just it doesn't need to go on another tile. So you take one of these little risers, and we're going to put it right there. Whoops. Yep, you put it the right way. First, I mean, if you want, if you're into that sort of thing. And again, I can see the top one, so we'll just take this random one here and then shuffle it back up a little bit. All right, so this is sky tile number 7 here, and we're just gonna try to match that up with the riser. This already needs a 3D printed something to be different to make that easier. Okay, and I'm not sure, hopefully it shows up on the camera, but there is a fire elemental rift there. So when that happens, you put, whoops, that's not fire. You put a fire token on there, like so, which is now something that we can go and we can get. If with the new mechanics to this game, there are 5 elements: fire, earth, wind, water, heart. Only heart is void. And those elements you can attune your heroes to give them added benefits, but also some weaknesses. And then the bosses that are going to be coming out, the siege bosses that are going to be coming out, are also going to have random elements. So all the cards, by the way, are off screen. This is my 5th recording of a Hexplore game. And I think I'm finally figuring out, just put all the cards off screen. I'm leaving these on here because these are kind of the ones that you can kind of see here. But all the other ones I'm just going to be drawing from, and I'll show them to the camera. Okay, so next thing we have to do here, I think that is it for our setup in terms of the board. So now we have to finish setting up our heroes, and I figured I would do this part on camera. So there's a little chart in the book here, tells you what you can do. So there are 3 decisions each individual hero needs to make, and then there is a group theme decision we need to make. And then we're going to place our initial tower if we want to. Spoilers, I'm not going to. I didn't feel it was worth it in my previous 2 games. So I am going to take the 4 platinum and the element instead. And then we need to roll our element dice for our starting resources. And then I think we're ready to play the game. We are indeed. So we're almost there. Exciting times. All right, so the first decision the heroes need to make, I'll just kind of keep this off camera here, but the first decision the heroes need to make is you can either gain 2 vital gear upgrades, which would be health and energy. You can get 2 of those. You can get 1 skill upgrade, which the skill are your bottom things here. Again, hopefully this is on camera. Yeah, I think. And or you can gain 1 ability gear upgrade, which are these guys over here to the left. And you'll see here, abilities, skills, vitals. So our astrologist is only at 5 health. So our astrologist is going to take 2 health upgrades, going to 7. And then you do mark them, they are upgrades. So you mark them around the outside, like that. However, our Kensai is at 9 and 10, which is pretty good. I don't like this 2 in Navigate. When you're playing 2-handed, as I am, I didn't think this would be a good one to true solo on my third play, so I am doing two-handed as opposed to true solo like I've done in some of my previous recordings. This one, though, we are going to go ahead and just going to get our navigate to 3. When you're playing with 2 heroes, or really any number of heroes, whenever you're doing a stat test or anything like that, half of the heroes have to pass it. So with navigate, I have a 5 over here for my astrologist because the golem is really good at navigating, I guess. Whereas over here, only a 3, or was only a 2, now a 3. So, okay. That is our first choice that, again, they're making individually. The next choice they can make individually is they can either take 3 Viper Potions, a Ring of Command, the Griffin Mount, or the Periton Mount. I probably am mispronouncing that, but that's what we're going to go with because that mount gives them both soar, and it also gives us +1 movement. In fact, I've already marked that on our movement over here, 5 and 2 instead of 4 and 1. I am not going to write that they both have that mount. I'm just going to, they have it. And that's what it gets them. It gets them soar. Soar is the keyword that allows you to go up on these sky tiles. According to what I'm seeing in the book, it also allows you to go over water and mountain peaks. So definitely want them to have that. At least half of the team has to have that to have the ability to get soar. So with these mounts, we have it. We have increased our range as well. Finally, for the hero choices, the individual choices, you can either get 10 food, 4 money, or 1 platinum. 10 food, in theory, would be good, except for the fact that I can only hold 5 between my 2. So I have a food rating of 0 over here with the golem, and a food rating of 2 with the Saurugami? Nailed it, Saurugami. So not going to choose food because we would be wasting half of it. Gold, we can each get 4 gold, and you do spend your gold before the game starts in the city-state, so that's probably not a terrible option. Or we can get 1 platinum. So they're each going to go with gold, I think. The platinum is solid. I should also mention there are 3 ways to win the game. You can beat the big bad, whose name is Jaethi. She is a big dragon-looking thing here. Cool little mini. You can beat her in siege mode. You can go fight her as you would a normal boss, and you could beat her as a normal boss when she's out. She only comes out during the siege phase. Or you can close all 10 portals, which those are these purplish pink things. There's 6 here in the middle, and then 1 on each corner, kind of, on those game boards. And honestly, I might go for the closing the siege portals, because I haven't really tried that in my previous games. I've kind of just been focusing on the siege mode. And I was kind of looking at the bosses, because that's something else with my previous games. Really haven't done any boss fights. I've just focused on trying to get all the defenders ready for the siege and trying to take out the siege opponents that way. So I might try to do bosses, and those, when I think every boss allows you to close 1 portal, and there's also items that you can buy. I think it's 25 platinum. You can buy 3 a game, and those also close portals. There's probably other ways to close portals as well, but if we just go with that, we need 75 platinum, and we need to defeat 7 bosses, basically. Which seems more like a Hexplore game than as I have an experience that I've played with this one before, going around trying to fight bosses, getting more powerful, stuff like that. One of my nephews and I won. I think I had 8 hit points at the end of the game because we weren't getting ourselves very powerful, but we made our fortress very powerful with a huge range, and it was hitting very hard, so that when the final siege started, I think we took Jaethi out. I think we did 77 damage in 4 turns, something like that. So we got lucky with the equip cards. Anyway, next we have a group theme decision. So this is going to impact both of them. I mean, all those decisions, except for one, they both just took the same thing anyway. So there's 4 options here. We can take 2 ability rolls, or I'm sorry, 2 ability ranks. No, they're not gear upgrades, they're ability ranks. So specifically these, and they don't count as gear upgrades, so we won't mark them in. Because that's part of this. Before Siege 1, you can only get Siege Wave 1. You can only get 2 of those upgrades. After the first siege, you can get 2 more. After the next siege, you can get 2 more. So let's see. We can also get a Leyline Compass and an Expedition Edict. That is not terrible. That's for the explorers. You can get the seekers, which is flip over 5 commission cards from any commission deck, so we can look at more commission cards. Or you can get 1 void element and 3 wellspring adapters, amplifiers. We're going to go with the hunters because, again, I think I want to try to kill some bosses, which we do need to bring some bosses out here. I wanted to make sure that our sky tile didn't just cover them. Bosses in this one too, if you're familiar with the game, you're going to notice that the bosses do not have numbers, or at least you might notice that. So they're actually random. Bosses 1 through 8 are random. Boss 9 is on a sky tile, and boss 10 is Jaethi. So we're just going to shuffle these up and choose this one, which is boss 7. And this one, which is boss 2. And the other ones will just hang out until we reveal more boss locations. Now in this one, you can dedicate yourself to the bosses, either by going to their lairs, and then you have to have, I think it's a specific type of, excuse me, I think it's a specialist, I think. You can dedicate yourself to them. They will then help you in the siege phase, and they all have, I think most of them have lair actions. Or you can go to temples and you can do the same thing. And that's one of the valor points, is to dedicate yourself to all 8 of the bosses that you can. I don't think you can dedicate yourself to boss 1. Which again, I was thinking about doing that, but to do that, you'd have to reveal a whole bunch of stuff, and you'd have to hope that the sky tile number 9 came out. So we're not going to valor hunt on this playthrough. I will valor hunt in future playthroughs because I think it's fun. All right, so that was our group choice there. We're going to take 2 abilities. So our astrologist, I think, is just going to take sky reading for both, because that ability is kind of neat. And then our Kensai, Hummingbird Saltalamachia. I guess I should probably point that out. The Kensai's name is Hummingbird Saltalamachia. Favorite opponent is Humanoid. And our astrologist's name is Ovaltine Jenkins. Favorite opponent is Magical Nature. If you get those references, we're friends. Okay. So the Kensai, Shatter Defense. I mean, both of his abilities are pretty neat. However, if my Anticipate rank, which is defense, is at least twice the opponent's level, I can declare my action after that opponent has rolled their action. So I can kind of play a little bit more defensively. Makes sense. It's the defense stat. So I am going to increase that. So that'll help with encounters, and potentially if we go to fight boss 2 there at some point, which I think, again, is my plan. Okay, next we could place our initial tower, which, like I mentioned, not going to. I am going to, instead, I'm going to take the bonus of 4 platinum, which we'll just mark up here, like so, and a basic element of our choice. Yeah, I'm going to go fire, I think. So I'm just going to mark 1 over there on fire. I think that's within the camera. Probably. Maybe. If not, I'll be grabbing that thing here soon, because now we have to roll for our starting resources. So how we do that is we're going to roll all of these element dice, like so. Oh boy. Okay, we got no surges, which is unfortunate. So we're going to use this little chart that is in here. So for every air and fire that we got, which we got 1 fire here on the earth die, we got 1 air on the fire die, we get 4 ore. So that is going to be 8 ore. Okay. And then we got 3 void. And for every void that you get 2, what are they called? Recruits? You get 2 recruits and 1 tier 2 resource of your choice. So, yeah, and we didn't get any surges. Surges look like, and again, I don't know how well it's going to turn up on camera, there's like a little white triangle behind the symbol. That's a surge. And had we gotten those, we would have gotten platinum, which was, I was really hoping we got some platinum, but we didn't. Instead, we're going to get 6 recruits and a tier 2 3 tier 2s of our choice. So these first 3 here, I guess I should probably make sure this is in camera. These first 3 are the tier 1s, the middle 3 are the tier 2s, these last 2 are tier 3s. So we're going to get 6 recruits, and I'm just going to take 1 of each of the tier 2s for the time being. So this is what we have resources wise. You're going to be spending resources to upgrade your towers. They also can do other things. The living crystals, whoops, I didn't erase this from our play. The living crystals can kind of give you an income. If you spend a living crystal and one of the tier 2s or one of the elements, you will basically get an income every siege round of whatever you spent, which was pretty cool. The nephews and I, when we played, we had all those. We got lucky and found 8 living crystals. And so when that first siege hit, I don't think we had them all at that time, but when that first siege hit, we got 4 of everything we had. The second siege hit, we did have them all, and we got 5 of all that stuff, which is pretty cool. Okay, so that is that. And we're ready to start the game. So you begin the game. We are starting, it's official. You begin the game in the harvest phase. So our acquire amount always starts at 3. Oh, I'm sorry, we're not ready to begin the game. We have to spend our money. And there are a couple things that I thought are pretty insane to have throughout the game, and I can't remember the name of it. Where are we? We are in Machu Picchu. Cool, we cannot buy them. We're in the wrong one, but the hairpin of intellect, it costs 7 gold, but we have to be here to buy it. And that can give you, once per game turn, a -3 to a stat test. So we were using that a lot. So that is something I wish we would have started over here, because immediately we would have bought that. However, we are not there. So these are the things that are available specifically in this city-state over here. And then these are the things available in this city-state over here. And then all of this stuff is available at both. So let's see here. I don't really know if we got any of these things. Okay. What we're going to do is we each have 14 gold, which is 1 shy of doing what I want to do, which is buy a Griffin mount and a Reign of the Dawnmaker. The Griffin mount is the other mount we could have chosen. It also gives us soar, which we don't need, but it increases our range by 1, which can be pretty nice. But I don't think we're going to do that. Instead, up to once per harvest stage, when the group gains a basic element, also gain the element that opposes it, up to 1 per hero. So if I have 2 of those, and we gain 1 basic, I assume we get 2 of the one that opposes it? Because it says up to 1 per hero, not 1 per group. And it says if the group gains a basic, also gain the one that opposes it. I'm going to assume that's the case. So they're each going to get a Reign of the Dawnmaker. I'm just going to put ring. Yeah, that's probably good enough. I'll remember. And that costs 8, leaving them each with 6. We're going to spend the last 6 on upgrades. Let's see here. We're going to have our Kensai upgrade both Explore and Survival. Those each cost 3, so he is out of money. Our Astrologist, Ovaltine Jenkins, is going to... I think we're going to make him hopefully, the guy who passes Navigate. So we'll do 1 in Navigate. And then he doesn't really need Survival other than for tests, but yeah, for now, we're going to ignore Survival, and we're going to go Explore so that he can hopefully find some money. So again, also out of gold. Cool. And I just remembered void doors are a thing. Probably should have bought some void doors. Can I buy void doors? Yeah, this item may be used to teleport the event during the event phase outside of combat to an open portal and teleport the group to open a portal and teleport the group to a antiquity or any location within group range of any defender. So kind of anywhere, because there's the only defenders we technically have on the board right now. We did draw another temple too, so I have to mark that. So our temple now, all of the temples share one little placard here. That is Temple 4. So this is Temple 1. Temple 4 is over here, so we're just going to put a 10 in there. Again, that's the health of those particular defenders. Defenders in this case are anything that's actually going to fight back during the siege phase. So the city-states, temples, if we were to put out a fortress or a tower, and then you can also get a temple fortress, but I think to do that, you have to have all 5 temples out. And then you basically combine all of their health into one, and it becomes a temple fortress. The downfall of that is if your temple fortress is destroyed, all temples are destroyed, and you can't go to a temple and do temple things anymore. Okay, I think we are now ready to get after it. So our closest antiquity site is here, which is where we have to go for these things. I don't like either of these things. Again, if I'm trying to focus on actually killing monsters, I don't necessarily want resources. And that's what these are giving. This is a navigate and explore, which isn't bad. And then over there is that. Okay. It is the harvest phase. I guess we draw these first. So we're going to draw 3 cards because that is our acquire amount during the harvest phase. Here we go. They all have immediate effects. So let's see what they do. These cards, by the way, are going to be active throughout the entire harvest stage. We're going to do the immediate effect on the top, and then the bottom will give you some type of bonus or maybe possibly some type of direction for the round in terms of where you're going to kind of want to harvest from. So let's go start with the immediate effects here. On critical mission, choose a revealed aid commission that has an escort, if any. The escort joins the group. The commission is kept in play. We don't have any, so that one is nothing. Welcome shores. Choose either ore or lumber. For every 3 in the stockpile, gain a recruit. Well, we're obviously going to choose ore because we only have ore. So we're going to gain 2 recruits. Which, yay, I guess. That up to 8. Okay. Free recruits. Yay. All right. And lastly, transference. Roll a basic elemental die of your choice. Reroll results of a void. Gain the resulting element. Okay, well, we are going to attempt fire. It rolled fire. Because it rolled fire, we are going to gain fire. However, because of our 2 Rings of the Dawnmaker, we're also going to gain 2 of the opposing element. Which there's a little chart over here that shows you what opposes what. So fire opposes air. All right, now hold on. Am I getting what fire opposes or what opposes air? Also getting the element that opposes it. So water opposes air, so I'm getting 2 water as well. Okay, so we can go to a temple now and we can actually augment ourselves with these elements if we want to. And those would give us, here's where I put them. Let's see, we've got water and we've got fire. Oh, and we have void. So fire, for instance, if we get ourselves, we would have tier 2. We would gain immunity to fire attacks. We would be weak to water attack unless you also have the water augment. You can deal 1 siege damage to air opponents within our range during the siege phase. If we get it up to tier 2, in combat, your attacks cannot be evaded, and you deal 1 fire damage per fire tier, and you gain counterattack of fire at tier 2. Oh, tier times 2, so it would be a counterattack 4. So that would be pretty cool for our Kensai, because our Kensai is going to be our damage dealer. For water, you of course would gain immunity to water, but weakness to earth. You deal 1 siege damage to water during the siege phase. 1 siege damage to fire during the siege phase. And at tier 2, in combat, your attacks deal +1 water damage per tier level. And an opponent of your choice loses any boost or strengthen effects for water tier rounds. So 2, whenever you target yourself or an ally. And I'm going to be targeting myself or an ally with my healer quite a bit. So these seem to be going pretty well. If I get it to tier 3, you can spend 1 energy to heal a target's health by water tier times 2, so in that case it would be 6 health, or to give them regen tier health until the end of the combat. So good for a healer, good for a damage dealer. Hey, look at me, I have a healer and I have a damage dealer. So that kind of makes sense to do that, but for the time being, we still have to also see what we have here. So those were the immediate effects. We did those. Now we have the until the end of this stage effects. And again, this stage is harvest stage, siege phase, siege stage. So these are going to be in effect for at least 2 rounds. When you make the villain deck, the top 2 cards you know are not a siege card. One of the next 4 is a siege card. So this potentially these will be in effect for 5 rounds, but don't know. Okay. Anytime a hero gains a augment, choose a city-state, a tower, a fortress within range. They gain the same augment for free. Okay. I should have bought those. Yeah. I should have bought the those mounts and increased my range because I could have given that city-state augments then. Oh well. Anytime you equip a defender, each hero gains a power-up. So equipping defenders you can do during the event phase. You have to have something to equip them with. Both of these are equips. But if we do that, we would get power-ups. Gain 1 platinum anytime you harvest from water terrain. So these are what we're working with for the harvest phase. For the time being, we're just going to kind of tuck them over here in an attempt to remember. Okay. All right, our movement is 5. We can move cautiously to, just like every other game, if you move along roads the whole time or rivers the whole time, it's considered cautious even if you do your full movement of 5. So we could go to that settlement, but neither of these can be completed at a settlement. So I think we might go to that temple. Actually, if we go over here, we can gain a 3rd fire. And if we gain a 3rd fire, we could give our Kensai tier 3 fire. So I think we're going to work our way over there. And actually, I also just remembered another rule. So we are going to move 1, 2, 3, and 4. We're going to move to this temple. When we do so, of course, we have to roll all of our skills. First roll is going to be for the astrologist. I will attempt to say this every time, but I'm going to work left to right. So my first roll is always going to be for the astrologist. The second roll is always going to be for the Kensai, but I will also probably say it every time. All right, so hey, we hexed navigate, which is good. That means we have gotten there. We biffed the other 2 things, which means we do not find gold, and we would have to eat, but sapphire, nope, emerald golems don't have to eat. Golems, whatever it is. But we did hex this. When you hex, you get something special. On top of the whole, hey, you got there thing. You get a tier 1 resource of your choice. So we don't have any lumber yet. We're going to go ahead and get ourselves a lumber. And now we're going to roll for the Kensai. All right, the Kensai biffed navigate, biffed survival, and got explore. So 2 gold for the explore. I didn't buy any rations. That was dumb. We are going to go ahead and get 2 food, or eat 2 food for the Kensai. That's the skill phase. So during the event phase now, we are going to, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to harvest. When you harvest, you are going to choose 3 hexes, 3 different hexes within your range, and you are going to harvest based off of these little things here. So you can harvest by location, so city-states, settlements, temples, things like that, or just by terrain type. And the location supersedes the terrain. So like this settlement is on just the basic, what is that, forest, I guess? I'm not sure what it is, but the settlement supersedes whatever it's on. So that is a settlement space. So for the time being, we'll put those right here. Okay, so the temple. Oh, so we're gonna choose the temple. We're on the temple. I assume we could still do that because we are on the temple. And then our range is 3. So we can do this settlement. Here's a great tree. That's something kind of different. I think there's a mountain. Yep, there's a mountain peak down there. there's water, there's a road, there's a river space over here. So we have some options. But the first thing I want to do is I do want to do this, the temple. So what we're going to do is we're going to roll the water die. And if it rolls water, there's a 50% chance we get a water element. It rolled water. So that's going to give us a third water element. But then we also get, because of those Reign of the Dawnmakers, we're going to get 2 of whatever opposes it, which is earth. So we're going to get 2 earth. That seems ridiculous. I'm going to read that again. Sorry. Reign of the Dawnmaker. Up to once per harvest stage. Okay. Oh, per harvest stage. Okay. Those are not nearly as good as I thought they were. The stage is the next however many rounds until we go into a siege round. That's okay. We've gotten 2 free elements out of it. We're doing great. All right. So that was our first one. Then we're going to go ahead and let's see here. Well, one of our things, anytime you harvest from water, we're going to gain a platinum. Well, I could use some food. So we are going to harvest from water. We're going to get 2 gold and 6 food. That is per player. So, or per hero. Each hero gets that. Now that's a lot of food that I can't hold all of, but between the 2 of them, this guy can hold up to 10. You can hold 5 times your food rating amount of food. 0, you can also hold 5. And they can share, so I have 15 food, which is 7 biffed rolls for survival for this guy. And we get the platinum for harvesting in water. Okay, and for our last one, yikes, I think we're going to attempt to get not close to a antiquity site. Okay, we're just going to attempt to go and harvest a essence from this great tree. So for that, it says harvest 4, which means we have to roll a core die, which is one of the D10s, and just roll 4 or lower. That's a 9, we get nothing. Cool. That's our harvest phase. Now, during the event phase, we go back to playing Hexplore it like normal. And we are on a temple. So while you're on a temple, you're going to heal all vitals and negate any conditions. We don't have any. It's the first turn. You are going to, if the temples are not magnetic, they may not be rebuilt. Oh, that's just telling you that they can't be rebuilt. They're also not magnetic, meaning the siege opponents will not beeline it to them, but if they happen to pass by, they'll take a minute to give it a backhand and try to destroy it. Whenever you improve a temple, you must pay 1 platinum. We're not going to do that. And the group may complete any number of actions listed below while here. That's the important one. You can complete any number of actions. So the first thing we can do is we can consume an element and augment a hero or any defender with that element. I did not find anywhere in the book that says you cannot do this multiple times. So with our 3 water and currently 1 fire, we can give one of our people a level tier 3 water and a tier 2 fire. We can. We're going to. I just don't think we're going to go do it here because, spoilers, our next move is going to be to the other temple for a reason that you'll see here shortly. Okay, you can create a void. So what this is you can consume 3 basic elements to get a void element. The void elements are nice because the void element doesn't have anything that opposes it, and it opposes everything. So basically, anytime there's a weakness to any type of element, if you have a void tier, you're doing extra damage because they're weak to you. Let's see, we can remove an element of your choice from a defender or a hero. You might want to do that because if you are, for instance, let's see, if I have a whole bunch of fire tier over here, but then a whole bunch of water siege opponents comes out. Well, water opposes fire. So I'm going to be weak to everybody that comes out if there's a bunch of siege that comes out for water. So you might want to get rid of your augments, or you might want to change them. You can only have 2 per hero, 2 different elements per hero. All right, you can consume one to reduce the imbalance. There is no imbalance yet. That's something we'll get to during the siege phase. You can summon essence, and this is what I wanted to do here. You're going to place an elemental token on each elemental rift that does not contain one, up to once each event phase. Oh, it does contain one. I thought you could stack them. Oh, well. Okay. Not a problem. We were going to go here anyway. You can also teleport the group to any other temple, up to once each event phase. We might just do that. And you can also dedicate here to the bosses. And down here it tells you what happens when you dedicate yourself to the bosses. So we could technically dedicate ourselves to boss 2 or boss 7. I'm not going to. I plan on killing them later. And if you're dedicated to them, you can't kill them. So we are going to, for the time being, I think we're just going to teleport to the other temple. Okay. So whoop, we're going to teleport over here to this temple. We did it. While we're here, we are also going to do, within range, you can actually claim any elements that are out there on a rift. And that is within our range. We have soar, so that is 1, 2 away. Our range is 3. So we are going to claim this. And then we're going to mark that we have 3 fire now, as well as 3 water. We are also now going to use the temple's ability to put an element wherever there is an empty elemental rift. So, yay, it's back. And I don't know order of operations. I don't really know how that works. But we are going to be within 3 of it again, because our next stop is going to go to this antiquity site, I think. So, but for the time being, while we're here, we are now going to go ahead and we are going to augment each one of our heroes. So we are going to give our Kensai all 3 of our fire elements. So he is going to be a tier 3 fire augment, which gives him cool stuff. And to signify that, I'm going to grab one of these fire things. And I'm going to put it on the 3 side. And we're just going to set this next to him over here. I'm not sure if it's going to be super visible on the camera. We're going to do the same thing for the water over here for our astrologist. Cool. And then we are going to mark off those elements because we've used them. Now, we also have, anytime a hero gains an augment, which they just did, choose a city-state, a temple, or a fortress within range. They gain the same augment for free. We are within range of nothing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Our range is 3. So unfortunately, we cannot give that city-state those 2 augments. That's okay. Not a big deal, I guess. It would have been nice, but oh well, we can't. All right. So now that they're both tier 3, and again, just kind of a quick reminder here, the tier 3 skills. For the water, I can spend 1 energy to heal a target's health by 6 because it's tier times 2. So 3 times 2. Or you can give them regen for tier amount, so 3, until the end of combat, which is pretty cool. And that just costs the 1 energy. And this is on top of your normal abilities as well. So if I'm healing one person with one of my actual abilities, I can also just use my water essence or whatever it's called, augment, and give somebody else regen. And with the fire, once per round, you may spend 1 energy to gain berserk, and opponents you target gain burn until the end of combat. So berserk is on one of these placards, but basically it allows you to add your survival to your damage. So a berserk opponent deals extra damage equal to its level. Berserk heroes boost their attack rank by their survival rank. This effect is sustainable to heroes. Because I am a tier 3 fire, up to once per round, I can spend 1 energy to gain it. It's sustainable through 1 energy. So every round, if I pay 1 energy, I remain berserked, and I could continue to add my survival, which I'm going to get this guy's survival up anyway, because he does need to eat if he fails it. And then the burned effect until the end of combat. Burn just does 3 damage at the start of the, I think, declaration phase. At the beginning of the declaration phase. So it actually does damage before anybody does anything. So if they have 3 or less health, it will kill them before they can attack us in the following round. Neato, burrito. Okay, so that was us. That is what we're doing at the temple. We're not going to do anything else. We don't want to do any of these other things that we can do there at the temple. So, cool. We are now going to go to the villain phase. You'll notice too, again, if you're familiar with the other previous Hexplores and not quite this one yet, there is no circumstance phase. You are not rolling a circumstance die. Basically, Jaethi's villain deck is kind of your circumstance. And we're going to pull one of those cards now. So we're going to take one off the top. It is Dominion. She bends the will of the gods. Lose a random dedication the group possesses. Don't have one. Then roll an energy stat test. Heroes who fail lose one attack or would defend rank of their choice. Okay, so yellow is for the astrologist. That is a 9. Fine, because we have 12 current. It actually tests your current, but we're maxed. Over here, don't roll a 10. It's a 2. We're fine. If you have no dedications to lose, each hero loses 1 energy rank instead. Oh, should have read the whole card, me. Okay, so we're each going to lose an energy rank. So 11 and 9, because that is how math works. And then on the card itself here, down in the bottom right, there is a picture of the fire die. So we're going to roll the fire die. It rolled Earth, I think. Yeah, it rolled Earth. So what we're going to do is, again, off to the side here, I have all the siege cards. We are going to grab an Earth siege card, and we're just going to put it right here under Siege 1. And they will be coming out during the siege phase. Cool. That was round 1. Rinse and repeat X amount of times. That's the game. Okay, so we're going to move again, and we are just going to move to, we're going to go to this antiquity site. So because we're just moving to, that is cautious movement. With cautious movement, you can, if an encounter were to come out, you can choose not to do it. You also don't have to roll your navigate because you moved cautiously, you moved slowly, and you got there. So our astrologist found money and would have to eat, but, you know, is a golem, whatever it is. Okay. And our Kensai doesn't have to eat, but didn't find money. Cool. All right, so that was our skill phase. We are on an antiquity site. So antiquity sites are used for several things. Completing quests, because that's what this little symbol is up here. Also, had we found any treasures, the treasures go to an antiquity site, and then you have to go there and get it. If you don't get the treasure before the end of the harvest phase, it goes away. Those treasures typically are going to come out here, and we didn't get any. So we have to decide which one of these we want to do. So let's see. We've got the Inugami no Mikoto, which is, while equipped, the defender gains 3 attack, basically. If this defender has a void augment, up to twice per turn, it may suffer all siege damage other defenders would suffer. Okay? The other one, the Tide Shard Mirror, up top here. While equipped, this defender gains a water augment. During the event phase, you may move the closest siege banner 2 hexes in a direction of your choice. The defender cannot be equipped with the Sky Shard Mirror. So it must be a mirror that does maybe the same thing, so they don't want you to be able to just continue to push a siege banner away. Anytime the defender equipped with the Sky Shard Mirror deals surge damage, increase the amount dealt by this defender's whatever that symbol means. I forget what that's called. Potential? Is it? Maybe? Is it not on the... Oh, here we go. Yeah, it's potential. Go me, I remembered a thing. Okay. Neither one of those, in my opinion, are fantastic. So I think we're just going to go with the one that requires less. Well, that one gives 2 living crystals, though. But it does require all skills. Yikes. My skills aren't great. We're going to attempt this one. So, Inugami no Mikoto. This sacred mythic canine is endowed with extraordinary powers. Legend has it that it is a guardian spirit born from the sacred bond between a powerful sorcerer and her loyal canine companion. It has appeared in our time of need. Okay. So, I've already forgotten. Harvest first. So, we need to harvest within 3 again. And also, we are still within 3 of this, so we are going to gain another fire element from that. And if we go to another temple, we could put it back on, and then if we were, close to it again, we could grab it. But we are not currently. Okay, so we are going to be harvesting. There is a temple, so we can attempt to harvest another element. We could technically, this boss you could harvest from the boss, and you can face the boss in combat or gain a dedication to it. So I think we're eventually going to fight that boss. For the time being, though, I think we're good. So let's go ahead and do... There's water again, so we could gain... We don't need food, though. There is an antiquity site, and from an antiquity site, if you harvest 4, you can get 5 platinum. Now, we did move cautiously. When you move cautiously, you get a -1 to your harvest roll. So our first roll is going to be at that antiquity site in an attempt to get 5 platinum. We rolled a 9, we won't get 5 platinum. We're also going to try to get 5 platinum from the antiquity site that we are on. We rolled a 9, we don't get 5 platinum. So let's go ahead and try... I guess we'll try a different kind of die and see if it rolls better. We're going to try from that temple that we're 2 away from, and we are going to attempt to get... We have fire, we have water. Let's try earth, I guess. Well, no, earth is over there. What opposes earth? Air. We're going to try air. We did get air, so we are going to get ourselves an air element. Yay. Okay. Now that we've done that, we are now going to try to get the Inugami no Mikoto. Okay. So to do that, we need to test our explore and our navigate, and we need 1 success between the 2 of them, basically 4 each. So our astrologist first failed both. Cool. And our Kensai has a worse chance and somehow did it. A 3 and a 3. Okay, Kensai. Very cool. So our Kensai did get the quest. Now, this is one of the reasons that that hairpin of intellect I really like. You can use the hairpin of intellect to do -3 on a stat roll. These are stat rolls. So those 2 3s, had we used the hairpin of intellect, would have turned those 3s into effectively 0s. 1 or lower is a crit. If you crit, you get double the rewards. So with the 2 hairpins of intellects, you could actually lower a lot of these rolls, and you could start critting a lot of your stat rolls. So if you're starting on the Ishidan city-states, I highly recommend picking up the hairpin of intellect. Unless I misread that, it also says once per harvest stage as opposed to once per game turn. But we're not going to look it up because we don't have one, and I don't want to be envious. Okay, so this is 1 of each of the tier 2 resources, but it also has an equip effect. So we hang on to it because we can equip it to any of our defenders. We could technically equip it right now. During the harvest phase, you don't have to be near any of the defenders to equip. During the siege stage, if you want to equip something, you have to be within range of it. But during the harvest phase, you don't. So we're just going to go ahead and keep that because I don't know where we would put it anyway. While equipped, this defender gets 3 attack. Great. And if they're augmented with Void, which they're not. So we do get 1 of each tier 2, though. So all of our tier 2s are going to go from 1s to 2s. Which is neat, I suppose. Okay. All right. We do cover this antiquity site with a hex. And I am under the impression, I am assuming, again, I reread the book last night. So I've read the book twice. I've played the game. This is my 3rd play, I think. And I've watched videos online. And I cannot tell you for sure if you can harvest from an antiquity site that's covered. I assume you cannot. Same with like settlements and things like that. However, thematically and in my mind, it's still an antiquity site. It's still a settlement. So I technically should probably still be able to harvest from there. Yeah, it's covered. I can't do any more quests there, but they're still what they are. You know what I mean? But because it's covered, I'm going to assume I cannot harvest from there anymore. We do also draw a new commission. Okay. Shuriken, I know that word. Come on, Brian. Shuriken Ice Caster. So this one needs to be done at a settlement. And again, it's getting us resources. And so far with this game, that is what has kind of annoyed me a little bit. Your heroes kind of take a backseat to the defenders, which I get it. It's a tower defense game. but it's also a Hexplore game, so I would like to be able to become gods like I can in the other Hexplorets and go around and kill all these bosses. I'd like to do that, but we'll see. Okay, so this one, again, it needs to be done at a settlement, which we have a couple settlements. There's a couple more underneath here too, but they're further away. So we'll just get that one ready like that. I think we're done with the event phase. Actually, no, we're not. We are going to equip this to a defender. And the reason we're going to do that is solely to get the power up. Each hero would gain a power up whenever you equip something. And I would like to start getting some power ups. So we're going to do that. Let's go ahead and equip this to, our choices are temples, which all act as one, or either of the city-states. Those are currently the only defenders that are on the board because we did not place our starting temple, which may come back to bite us, but oh well, because in the other two plays I've had, the starting temple in the first siege, the one time I think it got one-shotted, and I was just like, yeah, that I would rather have the 4 platinum and the element for that. So let's go ahead and give this to Machu Picchu. Cool. When we do that, we're each going to get a power up. So the first one is the astrologist, and the second one is the Kensai. They're also very much in the rule book. We can, if I wanted to, I could mix and match. I could just decide who gets what. You can play it that way. I sometimes will do that, but this time I'm not going to. And actually kind of worked out because this is the guy we want to get survival up. So survival will go to 6 over here, 2 energy, and a revive. Once per game, when your hero dies, you may discard this card and revive. Okay, cool. So we're going to keep this one. Also seems fitting that that goes to our healer. I think our healer already has a way to revive people. So I don't know if our healer is the one that has that or if I'm the one that has that. So if our healer dies, I don't know if I can bring him back to life with that or not. Oh well. Hey, we got our first power-ups. How long are we in? I don't know. Okay. That's it. That's the that's the end of our event phase. So let's go ahead and draw another Jaethi card. Elemental Tapestry. The Titan is infusing everything with her energy. After rolling to place a siege opponent card, increase the matching imbalance amount by 3. Okay, so this one has a picture of all 5 of them, so we can roll whichever one we want. Let's see here. Each die, as I mentioned, has a 50% chance of getting its color. So we need to decide what, I'm going to move this a little bit. I think we're going to go with air. Since we have fire on our Kensai, that would mean our Kensai could actually do damage to a siege opponent if it's air. So having an air come out wouldn't be terrible. So we're going to roll air, and we, of course, roll fire. So a fire card is going to come out, and it's just going to go on top of this guy. Like so. That might be off camera, but the siege cards just go up top there next to the banners. And they won't come into play until the siege phase. All right, and then increase the matching imbalance amount by 3. Okay, so that was fire, which means we grab the Jaethi Siege card. These are all of the imbalances. They can be anywhere from 0 to 9. They're all currently 0, except fire has now gone up to 3, which means when Jaethi comes out, there's a passive here that she's going to get because of that 3. So that's, not great. Don't recommend it. There is also an encounter symbol on here. So we are going to draw an encounter. Oh, it's a boon. All right, reward table. We are going to roll one of these. If we get air, we get a sacred mushroom. Earth, we get a black jaguar blood. Air or water, we get a viper potion. Fire, we get vine of the dead. And void, we get a bone pendant. If we get a surge, we double the below reward. I'm going to assume void is the best one, just because void is kind of the hardest one to get. So we're going to roll the void die. And we got air. So we get 1 sacred mushroom. And then we will have to draw another card. But first, I'm going to find out what a sacred mushroom is. And we're going to give that to either Hummingbird or Ovaltine. Sacred mushroom. So on one of these three possibilities, I almost guarantee it. Here we go. It's an elixir that may be consumed during the event phase. Draw 5 cards from the harvest deck or 1 card from the harvest discard pile. You may discard up to 2 cards. Then place any remaining cards on top of the harvest deck in any order. Okay. So we can basically see what our next harvest cards are going to be. Cool. Instead of writing that down, I'm just going to use it. So we're going to draw 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. This is going to be for our second harvest phase. All right. Place a cataclysm tile is the immediate. The group may teleport is an immediate. You can spend 3 up to twice per turn and potentially get some resources. Gain a living crystal. Place a hex token on a siege portal of your choice. We definitely want that one, so we're going to keep that one. 1 defender of your choice gains 1 resilience for every 3 ore in the stockpile. Yep, we want that one, and we definitely want to get some ore. Okay, so 2 of these we can either discard or put back in whatever order. We're probably just going to discard them. This Pillar of the World, I'm not a huge fan of. We're going to get rid of that one. Roll a basic of your choice. Reroll results of Void. Place a resulting Cataclysm tile if it is not already in play. Ignore negative effects from hazardous terrain on Cataclysm tiles. Heroes gain a -2 bonus stat test to stat test while on a Cataclysm tile. So basically this is going to place a Cataclysm tile, which is a sky tile size. It's just not in the sky. And it's like an earthquake, a tsunami, something like that. There's one for every element. And this one, if we harvest from there, basically, we're going to have a -2 to our stat test from there. Okay. Or this one, the group may spend 3 money up to twice per turn in the event phase. You're going to roll 3 core die, the d10s. You're going to gain 10 money if it's less than 12. You're going to gain 4 tier 2 resources of your choice if there are 2 matching results. You're going to gain 2 tier 3 resources if all 3 results are the same. Guess we'll try that one. I'm not overly excited about either one of them. Okay, hopefully we have some money at that point. So then we will put these 3 back on our harvest cards, and those will be the 3 cards we draw. Unless we get a higher acquire amount, then we'll draw a 4th one, obviously. But with those will be the 3 we draw during the next harvest phase. Neat. So we do have to draw another encounter because that was a boon card. This is a level 3 air elemental. I did not mention this, by the way. We are playing on easy difficulty, so there are no modifiers to anything positive or negative. We just are going to be we're going to be just fighting it straight up, whatever they say. Okay, so this is an air elemental. So it is an air spirit, of course. So it's going to be doing air damage. So if it does air damage to anyone that has earth, that person is weak to it. But they're not. They actually have a weakness to fire, which means our Kensai is going to be able to do some bonus damage, which is cool. Okay, for the time being, I need this battle mat to be not up there. Oh boy. It's not like there's too much stuff going on here at once. Okay, 12. We can influence this guy as well if we wanted to. And if we influence him, we get this as an equip. And then the equip is once per game turn, this defender may teleport to any hex on a sky tile within 6 hexes of its current location. Once per game turn, this defender may teleport to any hex on a sky tile within 6 hexes of its current location. Okay. The air elemental lifts a defender to a sky tile. That's all well and good, but how do you mark that if it's like a temple? Yeah, we're not going to try to influence it. We're just going to try to murder its face off. So it's got 12 health. It's got 9 energy. Hummingbird Saltalamaki, of course, his favorite opponent is humanoids, and Ovaltine Jenkins is magical nature. This thing is a spirit, so we got nothing in terms of favorite opponent dice. We are, however, going to try to punch it in its face regardless. So let's see what we can do here. The Kensai, anticipate rank of 4 is higher than its, I'll put this here in the middle, maybe. Don't know if that's super visible, hopefully. Its level is 3, which means my Kensai does not have to make his decision yet until after the opponent rolls his action. So we're going to hold off to see what he does until the opponent rolls his action. Our astrologist, however, is probably going to do some sky reading. We can use this mastery up to 3 times per round. and it gives defend 3 every time and raises the group's health equal to half sky reading rank. So we're going to use it. What kind of attacks are we doing here? Weakness, here's our knockdown. Not a lot. We're just going to use it once. So it's going to cost us 1 energy. Our astrologist has defend 3, and the group is going to raise 3 health, which is effectively a heal. But with raise, you can actually go above your maximum until the end of the round. So for the time being, I don't like how this 9 looks a lot different than other 9. If that was also bothering you, you're welcome. Not the same, but still good. So not going to do anything besides defend and do some heal. Let's roll and see what our, what is it? Air elemental is going to do. Hex, that's usually not great. All right. Evasion 6, heroes whose action is evaded roll navigate. Those who fail are knocked down and suffer 4 health. Okay. Evasion 6 means we're going to roll a d10 on everything that targets this guy, basically. And if he rolls 6 or higher, he evades it. However, in combat, your attacks cannot be evaded. That is part of the fire tier. So he cannot evade our Kensai. And we're not attacking there. Let's look up evade. I don't know if it's when he's targeted or just because he's not evading. Is it not on here for serious? Okay, it's not on here, which means it's on a different one. Evasion. Whenever a target with evasion is targeted by an effect. Okay. So this guy is gaining evasion 6. He has built in an evasion 8 with a weakness to fire. But our astrologist is not targeting him. Our astrologist is targeting the party, basically. And our Kensai, because he is a tier 2, he's actually tier 3, but at tier 2, his attacks cannot be evaded. So this guy basically is doing nothing this turn. So let's see if our Kensai can kill him. First and foremost here, in combat, your attacks cannot be evaded and deal 1+ tier level damage. So he's going to be doing +3 damage. I can spend 1 energy to berserk, which would add 6 damage. So he's got 12 health. Let's see here. We're going to do Shatter Defense, which is our first mastery. That's going to cost us 1 energy. Deal health damage equal to Perfect Strike, 4. Plus Shatter Defense, 4. So that's 8. Each time this attack damages an opponent, they gain the following penalties, and it could stack. So we could give a -1 defend, -2 block, a +1 evasion, because you want that to be lower. It does stack. So we are going to be doing 8 damage. Our fire tier level of 3 is going to be adding 3 damage, which means I am going to berserk just so that we can one-shot this guy. So I am going to lose 2 energy, 1 for the ability, 1 for the berserk. Actually, no, I'm not, because I forgot he gets burned. So we're just going to spend 1 on Shattered Defense. That's going to do 4 and 4 is 8, plus 3 for my fire tier. That's going to be 11. So -11 damage, and he's burned. At the beginning of the next declaration phase, he's going to get hit for 3 damage. He only has 1 left. We win. Go team. Okay, let's see what we get here. So the fire tier is working out already. And it turns out we didn't really need to do anything with our astrologist. We did, but we didn't need to. Okay, so this guy has been defeated. Again, this is all still part of Jaethi's turn, by the way. That's why I say the villain turn and the circumstance has kind of been combined in this one a little bit. Okay, he's going to get us 1 gold each, and he's going to get us 2 specialists. So 5 and 5. And our specialist will go from 2 to 4. 4 is a good number, by the way, for any of the tier 2 resources during the siege or at the start of the siege phase. Those give you passive abilities for every 4 that you have of the tier 2s, of the essence, the sky metals, and the specialist. And we now have 4 specialists. So, yay. Okay. That was the villain phase. We are back to the top with another movement phase. Do we go attack boss 2? I don't know what boss 2 is. Oh boy. Miquia Papala. Nope. All right, so this would give us, okay, we'd get to close a portal. Cool. We would get 2 power-ups. We would get 6 money. One of us would get 4 health. We would get a bone pendant, which I think, is that the thing I just used? No, that's the thing I tried to just get. I mean, I think, yeah. I think, why not? Undead. Oh, she is fire, which would mean our astrologist would actually do damage to her. If our astrologists were attacking, they're not going to attack. So I think we're gonna do it. There's no reason to just go there though. Because as long as we're within 3, we can harvest from there. And part of the harvest is you can fight the boss from, I guess, from where you're at when you harvest. We'll go there anyway. All right, so we're going to move to, it is cautious movement. So because it's cautious movement, we do not need to roll or navigate. This will be for the astrologist. Those are both biffed, but we don't need to eat with the astrologist. Our Kensai. Those are also both biff, and we do need to eat. Awesome. Okay, so then during the event phase, we are going to harvest. We will harvest from, what does the antiquity say get us? Platinum, potentially. We moved cautiously, so we are going to get a -1 to the roll. Let's go ahead and try to get that platinum here. So we need a 5 or lower. That is an 8. Awesome. Okay, there are also 2 temples, so I think we're going to try to get some elements here. Let's try to get an air, and let's try to get an earth. I'm just going to roll them both at the same time. Neither one of them rolled what they were, so we don't get them. You needed to match. So the air would have needed to be an air, and the earth would have needed to be an earth. Neither one did. So completely wasted harvest phase. Fun. All right, and now we are going to fight Miquapapalotl. Miquapapalotl? Miquapapalotl. I feel like that might be close. Miquapapalotl. That's fun to say. Not sure if I'm saying it correctly, but it's fun to say. Okay, so let's get our battle map back here. Cool. Miquapapalotl has 26 health, has 28 energy, and is swinging fire, which meant if either of our people had air, they don't, they would be weak to these attacks. Okay. She is level 2. Whoops. My anticipate needs to be twice the level, so that level 3 encounter I actually shouldn't have been able to wait, but that's what I was going to do anyway. We can wait for her, though, because my 4 is double her level 2. Okay, let's see here. She's doing, looks like 4 damage, 6 damage, 5 damage. Okay, so our astrologist is going to use Sky Reading twice, which is a defend 6, and it is a raise also 6, I think. Raise health equal to half Sky Reading, but I'm doing it twice, so Sky Reading 6. Yep. Cool. All right. Let's see what Miquapapalotl's doing here. 2, that's going to be her defend. Defend 4, heroes who damage this person gain drained. One hero of your choice may switch battlefields. Oh, that's right, I didn't read the passives. Soulless and has weakness corrosive. Yeah, don't know what either of those things mean. Whatever we do, let's make sure we add 45 new keywords every game. Okay, not on there. Cool. Soulless, all energy damage this target suffers is energy drain. Okay. Hey, look, a way to make sappers not completely terrible, but still kind of terrible. Weakness. corrosive. I think that just means that she's weak to corrosive damage. And in this one, if you're weak to something and you're attacking as a hero, if you're going to do damage to somebody who's weak to that damage, you basically do a favorite opponent roll. You roll the d6 and it can hexplode. So I'm going to assume that that's what that means. The group may face this person on one of two battlefields, at the altar or flanking. Combat begins at the altar and may only be changed for a hero as indicated by the actions. She has Reflect 1 and deals 3 less damage to a minimum of 1 to targets that are flanking. So, okay, so we want to be flanking her. All right, so one hero of your choice may switch battlefields. So we're going to have Kensai switch to be flanking. And we're just going to have him defend this turn, since he can choose after she rolls. Because she's defending anyway, and if you hit him, you get drained. And I don't know what drained means, but it's probably not great. Targets lose 3 energy at the beginning of combat, or declaration phase. It's basically burned for energy. We're just going to not hit her, basically, this turn. However, the raise does still happen. So our health is each raised by 6. Because raise can go above your maximum. That's the difference between heal and raise. Okay. That means our astrologist might just attack with the tier 3. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Our astrologist is just going to attack for 1, but because she's a tier 3 water, it's doing +1 water damage per water tier. So she's effectively attacking for 4. And I think it doesn't say on here that she is weak to water, but it does say that she is a fire undead. So because she's a fire undead, I believe she is automatically weak to water. So what that means is we're going to do 4 damage. But she is not, she's at the altar. Yeah. Okay. She does 3 less damage and has Reflect 1 on people who are flanking her. But Kensai is currently the only one flanking her. So she's going to do, we're going to do 4, but because it's water, and she's weak to water because she's fire, you roll this, 2. So we're actually doing 6 instead of 4. Honk, honk. And then we will wait for Kensai to see what she's doing. Hex. All right, single target, 3 health, 4 energy, and explore. Gain a penalty to this test equal to the number of bleeding conditions you suffer from. Targets who fail are charmed. 1 random hero may switch battlefields. Okay, so let's test the explore here. Oh, I guess first, Kensai is going to do Shatter Defense. So that is going to cost, and he's going to go Berserk. So it's going to cost 2. The Shatter Defense is going to be 8 damage. Well, now, can he... I'm not sure he can hit her. Because he's doing fire damage. Because he's doing fire damage, we're going to take those energy back. Because he's doing fire damage, she's immune to it, I think. This is where it gets ridiculous. You're playing like... I don't know. You're doing rock, paper, scissors twice while you're doing every fight now because of all these, all the fire damage. Okay. So what's his other one? Standoff. One opponent's individual target attack against any other this round. Yeah, he's just going to defend, I guess. I might be playing this wrong. I honestly don't know. But from my understanding of it, because this person is fire, and he is now doing fire damage, I guess, because of his tier fire augment. Or is it just this damage that is extra? In combat, your attacks cannot be evaded and deal +1 fire damage per tier. Okay. I think it's just this. is fire damage. So he can still do normal damage. I think. I don't know. Let's see if it says it on the elements placard. One of these is an elements placard. Not one of those. Elements. Augment a hero. All right, take an element card and token to match. The augment card shows new elemental abilities your hero gains. The token represents your tier. Yep. Each hero may have up to 2 different types augmented at any time. Heroes may augment the same type up to 3 times to gain extra elemental abilities at higher tiers. Each time you do, increase the matching tier by 1 and take another elemental token. That number of elemental tokens may be used to note that you have all 3 tiers. Okay. Heroes who have augmented 2 elements also gain a dual ability, which is on the back of the card. Okay. Each basic, opposes another basic, while void opposes all others. See the opposing element's compass at left. Yeah, got that. Whenever a target deals elemental damage, check for the following keywords on the target receiving the damage: immune and weakness. Immune targets suffer no damage. This effect supersedes weakness. Targets with weakness suffer more damage from... Okay, so I guess they do have to have immune and weakness. And she only has a weakness to corrosive, which means I won't be doing this damage to her with the astrologist. So the astrologist, again, will just raise and defend for 9. Okay. And then he is going to use 2 energy. And that is going to use Berserk, and it's going to use Shatter Defense. So Shatter Defense is going to do 4, 8, plus 3 is 11, plus 6 is 17. Because she is not listed as being immune to any type of damage. Okay. Cool. He is immune to fire damage, but she doesn't appear to be doing fire damage. So why is she even listed as being fire? If it has to have immune and it has to have weakness, why does she even have fire listed as the undead? We're going to move past it. I don't know. Word stuff better, I guess. Or maybe it's me. Okay. So she is doing a single target. The yellow is going to be our astrologist. That makes no sense. Astrologist is blue. So the blue is our astrologist. Yellow is Kensai. All right. Kensai is going to be the target. It is 3 health and 4 energy damage. The 3 health is going to be negated because I am raising 3. Cool. The 4 energy will go through. Okay. And an explore test. So 4 or lower. That is a hex. Cool. Okay. Let's see here. Oh, she does 3 less damage while he's flanking. So he actually wouldn't have taken that anyway. So he is going to raise the 3. Because she is doing 3 less damage, and we're going to raise 3 over here as well. He will take 1. She reflects 1, though. So he will take a damage. 17. Cool. All right. She is down to 9 health. I think it's a she. I think. Down to 9 health. I am not going to spend the energy to sustain Berserk. She is burning, so she's actually going to take 3 from burning. So she's down to 6, which means I can just do a shattered defense for 1. I guess I can roll her first. The astrologist is just going to defend, and she is going to do group damage of 6 energy. Heroes who receive healing, nope. Gain bleeding. For each hero who targets this turn, she raises 3 health. 1 random hero. Okay. So she's going to raise 3 health, but I am doing 11. So, yeah. She dead. Cool. All right. That is a dead Mikapopotl. I don't know. And let's get some rewards. Okay. So, group rewards. We get to close a portal. So we're just going to put a hex on a portal. We're going to put a hex on this one over here. That way, if they come out, if Jaethi comes out there, if Jaethi comes out on a sky tile, the sky tile plummets to the ground, and all defenders take 1 damage. So we're going to prevent that from happening by just closing off that portal. We're each going to get 6 gold. So 11 and 11. Okay. We are going to get 2 power-ups. I'll get to that here in a second. And then we're going to roll here. Target dice. Again, blue for the astrologist. Oh, both are a 10. Okay. Cool. All right. So the Kensai is going to get 4 bonus health. Combat is now over, so all of the extra raised health just goes away. And our astrologist is going to get a bone pendant. Let's see what that does. We might want to... Here we go. This pendant, crafted from the bones of an ancient dinosaur, may be triggered before combat begins for 2 energy drain. The wielder gains Berserk or favorite opponent against 1 opponent until the end of combat, your choice. Okay, so basically for 2 energy, I can gain favorite opponent for whatever we're fighting. Bone pendant. Okay. Neat. Okay, and then 2 power-ups each. 2 for the astrologist. And 2 for the Kensai. All right, here. We've got a couple different types here. For our astrologists, we have this one, Element Augment Tier and Favorite Opponent. If you have any Augment Tiers, gain +1 basic Augment Tier of your choice. If you have any Augment Tiers, gain +1 basic Augment Tier of your choice. Does that mean I can get 1? Okay. You also gain a new Favorite Opponent. Choose one of the 4 types listed below. Okay, so this is why they would have. This is why she had fire, because you can gain favorite opponent based on subtypes. Okay, so water, more often than not, if someone is weak to fire, this person's water, so I'm going to be able to attack them for more. So I'm not going to choose water. We have a weakness against earth, so for the favorite opponent, I'm going to put earth. So at least then I can roll against anybody who is earth. If you have any basic augment tiers, gain +1 basic augment tier of your choice. I don't know if that means I should get another water augment, which I don't think you can go to tier 4 water augment. Or if that means I can get a brand new one. I'm going to assume it means I can get a brand new one, because that's literally what it says is if you have a basic, get +1 basic of your choice. Okay. So what's going to go good with water? They can each only have 2, so ideally of the 4 basics, I'd like them each kind of have their own difference. So if we look at the back, you have those dual that they were talking about. So water plus air, you can do mist. Anytime you move normally or recklessly, move 1 additional hex and gain the effects of moving cautiously instead. That's kind of cool. We can go earth and get mud. During each resolution phase, you may reassign all damage and healing the group receives between any number of targets. Also pretty cool. We could go fire, but again, I kind of want all 4 things. The damage you deal is corrosive, up to once per game turn per hero. When a hero's energy is reduced to 0, they heal 2 energy. Which again, not terrible. I think we're going to go with mist. So we're going to gain a tier 1 water air element, which we'll just put over here. And that gives us, soar, which we already have. And it gives us weakness to fire. Yeah, it doesn't give us a lot except for that whole, now all of our movement. That's it, right? +1. Anytime you move normally or recklessly, move 1 additional hex and gain the effects of moving cautiously instead. So we are now basically moving cautiously and moving 6. I'm just going to mark that up here. So that's cool. Okay, then we're going to get 2 health and 2 energy. So 9 and 15. And this 9 will become an 11. And this also gets us a living crystal. Cool. Okay, over here, we're going to get 3 recruits and 1 of each of the middle. So 3, 3, 5. And 3 recruits, so 11. And we are going to get +3 to our lowest rank. Well, our lowest rank is navigate. So our navigate goes to 6. Pick 2, +1 of 2 of your choice. Okay. Well, how about the 2 we're using? We're going to do Shatter Defense and Perfect Strike, each going to 5. Cool. And then we did take care of this boss, so I'm just going to remove the boss token and cover that with a hex. There we go. Okay, during the event phase is when you would want to get rid of that one as well. If you're going to do any type of upgrades to any defenders. So I don't think we are. I think we're just going to let the first siege phase happen. I think. So, because this is the first card that might be a siege. This is the third card. The first 2, like I said, are seeded so that they are most definitely not the siege, but the next one of the next 4 is a siege. No, I think we're just gonna chance it. So here we go. It is not a siege. Oh boy. Okay. Ascent heavenward. So we need to roll an air element die. It is a void, so we add a void siege card to our pile of siege cards. So we now have an earth, a fire, and then a void. And my siege cards are facing the wrong direction. Probably not on camera, but I need to flip those for my own peace of mind. There we are. Place 3 sky tiles. Roll air. If it matches, flip a random sky tile in play to its nether side. If the result is a void or a surge, flip 2 instead. Okay, so the first thing we have to do is place 3 sky tiles. So we're going to grab our sky tiles and we're just going to do these 3 in the middle. 1, 2, 3. Okay. And you place these just like we placed in the beginning. We're going to roll a d10 and we're going to roll a d6. Okay, so portal 3, which is down here. And it's coming in hex, which is here, which it can't do. 2, which is here, it can do. Okay, get these out of the way. All right. All right, so we need to add some hex tiles. I think we're going to need to add 2 because I don't think you can just put one out there in the middle of nowhere. We'll take this one. And we'll do that. And then it's going right here. So, oh boy. Move these further that way. And then we'll take this one. Okay. And we'll do that. Okay. And then this for the time being, I'm just going to put it right there next to him. And we'll do this sky tile. Need a riser. It's going to go right here. And that gets an Earth Elemental Rift. That was the first one. Second one. 7 here, 4 is here. So and that gets a water. All right, and one more. 5 is here. 3 is straight down which it can't do because they can't cross with another one. So hex is straight up, which it can't do because it can't go on a portal. 1 is this way, which it can do, but we need another tile. And this one. There's also a very specific way the tiles have to come out in this one. From these middle two here, you do 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Like I can't come over here and extend further off the camera even more, basically. Why am I moving that one? That's not the one that's potentially a problem. This is going, where was it? 1 from 5. So it's going to go here. So we'll do this. Riser. Okay. And then that gets an air. Okay. And then what did the card say? Roll a water. It is a water and it's a surge. So we're going to flip 2 at random to be on their nether side. And you might be like, Brian, what's nether side mean? I don't know. The book basically just says going through nether is bad times, but I don't really... Yeah, I don't know. Okay, we're going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, re-roll 5s and 6s. 4. So this one flips to nether. Also, the book says only sky tiles are in the sky. So when this flips to nether, that's going to come down. And basically this is now nether on the earth there. And I assume this just goes away. Okay. So that was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6. Okay. So we're going to lose that one that's close to us down there. And this becomes nether. Now these little things inside the nether are called something. What are they called? Wellspring gates. And with those, I think there's certain things you can teleport to Wellspring gates, but basically it's hazardous terrain kind of in the nether. So we're probably not going to go in there. Can you harvest? You can harvest Wellspring gates. Okay. There's no... I am not seeing nether as something that you can harvest on the terrain, though. So, but we can help those Wellspring gates. We can harvest those. Cool. Okay, and that card did not have an encounter, so that is the villain phase. Okay. So now we are going to move. What do we have here? Well, we do have a couple antiquity sites. Or we have a settlement, which this is a survival. I've got a 6 and I've got a 2 on survival for the Shuriken Ice Caster. Okay. And that is all skills, which currently, maybe, we are getting the effects of moving cautiously for the purposes of, what was it? Getting the effects of moving cautiously. So if we move cautiously, we get a -1 on our harvest. And where did my game thing go? Here we go. We don't have to roll navigate. Okay. Cool. Oh, we do. I think did we draw some bosses? We did I drew at least one boss. This guy here. So just grab a random boss token. Was that the only one? Really? Man, it is boss 5 down there. Okay, well, closing these portals is seeming less and less likely because the bosses are not coming out. They're all going to be over here, I guess. And boss 9 is on a sky tile, so gonna have to watch out there. Okay. Let's see. Do we want to do the survival? Yeah, I guess. I really wish they gave me a power up. They don't. So let's try to do the survival one, which means we have to go to a settlement. That settlement's close. We do have movement of 6 now. there's a relatively close settlement, and we would be able to get this element from here. Yeah, so we'll go 1, 2, 3, 4 over to this settlement. Our movement is, because we have a Misty Step astrologist kind of dealio going on, we do not need to roll navigate. So our astrologist is 10s. Yep, biffed everything. Cool. And our Kensai, wow, another 10 and a 6. So didn't have to eat. Nobody found money. They are not happy with what's going on. Because we didn't end with here, we're going to grab this air element and we're going to add that to our resources. Okay. And let's see, let's do some harvesting here. We are going to harvest from, we move cautiously, so we are at a -1. Let's bring these back over here. If we harvest from the Wellspring Gate, we could get either a living crystal or an ethereal ore. Both of those are cool. Yeah, we're going to try that. So this is a harvest, and we need a 5 or less. 8. So we did not get that. If we harvest from an antiquity site, we can get platinum. Let's try. We're going to try that twice because there are 2 antiquity sites within 3. So we need 5 or less, a 4 and an 8. So we are going to get 5 platinum. So we are up to 10 platinum. We are going to spend our living crystal and 1 specialist, because just in case it is siege time coming up here, that'll get us some more platinum. So our specialist will go down to 4 and our living crystals will go down to 0. But what that means, at the start of every siege phase, you get 3 plus the current siege wave of whatever I have marked. So we're going to get 4 more specialists during the siege wave. 4 more specialists is 6 more platinum, basically as a passive. So again, I don't know when the siege wave is coming. It could be any card now in the villain deck. Okay, so that was our events. We are on an antiquity site. Or no, we're not. We're on a settlement. So the Shuriken Icecaster, an ingenious contraption, has reportedly been crafted in the lowlands. Part trebuchet, part sling, the wooden behemoth is said to launch massive ice shurikens. As they slice the sky, they break apart into 1,000 smaller ones, each jagged shards. This weapon could change the tide of battle. All right, so it is a survival roll. It has an equip effect, and if we succeed, we will get 3 more recruits. So, survival roll for our astrologist, looking for a 2 or a hex. That's a 9. Survival roll for our Kensai, 6 or lower. That is a 5. We've done it. Go team. Okay, so because we've done it, we are going to get 3 recruits. So we are up to 14 recruits. They allow you to, the more recruits you have, the more resources you can spend during the siege phase to upgrade your defenders. You can also send recruits to defenders, and that lowers the retreat value of the siege banners. If they have the retreat keyword, the siege banners, when they're destroyed, I don't know if you have to roll for it or what, but they could potentially not die and they could come back effectively. Okay, so this has an equip. We need to cover this settlement with a hex. And we're going to equip this because we currently have this thing where if we equip it, we get a power-up card. This defender may re-roll up to 3 failed rolls each time it attacks. If this defender has a ice or water augment, all siege opponents within range lose their keywords. Neat. We're just going to go ahead and give it to Machu Pakra as well. When we do that, and you can equip, by the way, every defender once per game turn in the event phase, which we are still in the event phase. So when we do that, we are going to get a power-up. 1 for our astrologist, and 1 for our Kensai. Okay, so we have elemental. I don't think I went over this last time. There are banners up here. The ones that say resource just get you resources on top of what's there, and the ones that say elemental, this has a fire. So I can roll a fire die. If the result is a fire of any kind, it's not. We would have gotten a fire element. This one is earth, so let's try earth. Hey, that is Earth. So we will get a Earth element. Okay. Woo, we did it. Okay. +1 defense for our astrologist. And +1 attack for our Kensai. Cool, cool. Okay, so that was the event phase. I don't think we're going to do anything else. What does that bone pendant do again? I feel like I'm forgetting to use that. Nope, favorite opponent for 2 energy drain. Okay. Oh yeah, before we, oh boy, I forgot I'm only at 1 energy over here. You heal to full at temples, you heal to full at city-states. Oh, settlements. At settlements, you heal half of your vitals, so rounded down. So this guy would have healed 4, so we would be at 5. This guy would have healed 7, so at full. Cool. That makes me feel slightly better. Okay, I think that's all we're going to do there. All right, let's see. Nope. All right, elemental erosion. The very fabric of our reality is changing as unfettered chaos pours into our realm. All right, defenders that have augments, basic augment, nope, any augment, lose 2 resilience or 2 specialists, your choice. None of our defenders have any augments. I wanted to give them some, but I couldn't earlier, so that's fine. And then we do have to roll one of our choice here. We're going to roll air. It came back as void, so we are going to add another void siege card. So we now have an earth, a fire, and 2 void siege cards under banner number 1. It does have an encounter symbol as well, so we will have an encounter, oh boy, of a level 5 Miyako's Devotee. So part of the whole devoting yourself to the bosses thing, if we were dedicated, not devoting, if we were dedicated to Miyako no Hime, yeah, we would gain this as an ally because we're dedicated to Miyako's devotee. We're not. So we have to fight this thing. Let's get rid of our harvest things. Gonna bring our battle mat back in. Oh, I forgot to mark Jaethi's stuff. So Jaethi has 100 resilience, 2 range, and does 4 damage. We'll need that here at some point. So, okay, this guy's got 18 health, 20 energy, is a spirit. Neither one of us is a spirit favorite opponent. Looks like we're doing maybe 7 energy drain. We're maybe reflecting 2, maybe some more energy drain. Okay, so I'm just going to set this over here for the time being. My Kensai's defense, my anticipate is only 4, so I'm going to have to make the decision before this guy does. We are going to spend 2 energy drain over here with the bone pendant. That is going to give me favorite opponent on the spirit. We are also then going to spend 2 more energy to do sky reading twice, which is going to raise health by 6 and give my astrologist 6 defend. The Kensai is going to just spend 1 energy and is going to do shattered defense, which is 5 plus 6 here at 11, plus my 3 fire, so that is going to be 14 damage. And now that I am favorite opponent with the astrologist, 1. -1. Okay, so that's enough, assuming we don't get this guy doesn't deflect because he'll be lit on fire. So here we go. Let's see what the Miyako's devotee is doing. 2. Group, 7 energy drain. So everyone's getting hit for 7 energy drain. My astrologist is defending 6, so Ovaltine will only take 1. That's a terrible 10. So we're gonna try again. A line and a circle. You nailed it, Brian. Over here, 7 energy drain. That's going to take us to 0 with 3 left over. So we will also take 3 damage, but we're actually raising 6, so we'll be at full. We would be at 10. Plus 6 is 16. So we're technically at 16. But battle's about to end. So she is down to, or I guess I don't know. It's like a dog looking thing. No idea. It's down to 3, but it has burning. So at the beginning of the declaration phase, it'll take 3 from burning. So that is a Dedzo Miyako's devotee. We get 1 ethereal ore. Cool. And we get 1 power up. Double cool. Get rid of our battle mat. All right, Astrologist gets +1 to 3, and we get 2 of all of the tier 1 resources. And our Kensai gets +1 attack, which that's kind of what we're going for with the Kensai. Cool. And then let's do the 2 here first. So +2 to all of our tier 1 resources. So 10 ore now. 3 lumber, which is not a lot. That's how you increase how many dice you roll. 16 recruits, which I mean, that's a lot, I think. You can do a lot of stuff with that, I guess, but you kind of just need them. You don't super spend them on anything. Oh, well. And then +1 to 3. Okay. Well, let's go with... We'll go with the defend. We'll go up to 4. As my first mastery uses it. First mastery will go up to 7. And let's increase, I guess, navigate for the purposes of tests. We'll go up to 3. Increase the likelihood there. Cool. All right, we have to... oh, wait, that was the villain. Okay, that was the end of the villain phase. Villain phase complete. We can now move. However, I did not reveal a new issued-in card. All right, Karasu Oji-san is at a settlement. This is an aid quest. So we have to escort this guy to an unvanquished boss. You may not be dedicated to the boss during the event phase, but before combat begins, roll all skills. If at least half the group succeeds at least 2 skills, gain the rewards from that boss as if you vanquished it, then place a hex token. Cool. Okay. So this guy can help us beat a boss without beating a boss if we roll well on our stat test, which I think I can do something outside of combat. This mastery may be used outside of combat and up to twice per combat round. Heal any ally's health equal to energetic connection rank or their energy by 3. Additionally, the next stat test they make gains a -2 bonus. So I can give stat test bonuses over here, or -2 bonuses. So we can almost kind of, not guarantee that, but kind of make it pretty good chance that we will succeed, which means if we go here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, which that is our, because of the Misty thing, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we could pick them up here and then go here, and we could defeat boss 7 without having to defeat boss 7, in theory. Yeah, I think that's the plan. So let's go ahead and move. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to this settlement. It is considered cautious because of our cool Misty Step ability with water and air. So we do not need to roll navigate. For the astrologist, that is a biff. Hey, that is a hex. All right, when you hex your explore, whoops, I just moved it. It was a hex. You get 3 gold instead of 2. And you get a tier 1 resource of your choice. So we're going to go lumber because it is the lowest we have. Cool. All right, Kensai. All right, 5 doesn't have to eat. 7 doesn't find money. Cool. All right, we are on a settlement. So let's go ahead and do our harvest. We're still harvesting 3 things. So, oops, I moved the tokens here, but I think we're going to go with the antiquity site, which because we moved cautiously, we get a -1. So we want this to be 5 or lower. It's a 3, so we get 5 platinum, which gives us 15 total platinum. It's a terrible 15. Boy, oh boy. Having a rough go of it here today, y'all. Crush that 15. Looks great. All right, we have 2 left. We're on a settlement, and we're close to a settlement. We're actually close to... Yeah, so we're going to do 2 settlements. So we're going to get 4 recruits, but if these are 5 or lower, we're going to get more specialists. A hex and a not a hex. So we're going to get 4 recruits and 1 specialist. So that gets us 20 recruits total and a 5th specialist. You can send specialists to defenders, and they lower certain keywords. Bulwark, Ignite, Arcing, and Overpower, which are all keywords that the siege bosses, opponents, I guess, siege opponents could have. Okay, so that was our harvest. While we are here, we are going to attempt, or not, I guess we're not going to attempt this. We're going to pick this guy up, Karasu Oji-san. The gods are vengeful and have been more active than usual. They are known to stray from their lairs when the world is filled with chaos. An elder is convinced that the treasures they possess are in reach. So we have to escort this guy to an unvanquished boss, which again, we're going to go for 7 here. But we grab this. This was something else in the rule book. I think we still cover this. Even though we technically have not completed anything here, all we did was pick a guy up. I think we still cover that. And then this guy is now with us. He has 6 health, and he's going to defend for 7 every round, which hopefully will keep him alive. If not, we do have our astrologist who's going to be raising and all that fun stuff. We are in a settlement, so we are going to get half of our health and energy rounded down. So that's going to mean our astrologist is at full. Also, if you haven't picked up on this yet, when I'm at full, I just leave the currents blank. And then over here, we'll get 4 energy. Cool. All right. I don't think we want to do anything else. Yeah. I also don't think we reveal a new one of these yet, because we technically still have one. Not sure. So we have to reveal a Jaethi card. And I think, how many have we revealed? Is this guaranteed to be? No. Okay. This is a 1 in 2 chance. There are 2 cards left. One of those two, or the next 2 cards, one of them is a siege card. Yeah. Okay. It's this one. All right. So the harvest stage ends. So you're going to increase the siege wave by 1. So this is where we have to go get yet another little placard thing. Here we go. Okay, so we are now in Siege Wave 1, right there. Cool. We're going to roll the D6, and so this calendar up top here tells us how many waves are going to be in the siege. There's going to be 2 plus whatever siege wave you are, so 1, so 3, plus half of this. Hex is a 6, so that is 6. The max is 7, so there is going to be 6 waves of the siege. So the game changes a little bit now. The other thing we need to do is the siege is a water siege, so we are still going to roll the water die. It is water, so we are going to grab a water siege card to put on top of our siege deck. Okay, we're also going to increase the imbalance of water. Basically, Jaethi is coming in and she's being powered by water for this particular siege. So we are going to put 1 imbalance on water on the siege stage placard. All right, we've got to do some other stuff as well here. Okay, so the following game effects are in play until the siege stage ends, which again is 6 rounds because due to our little calendar here. Imbalance, the type, health and energy damage is increased by the current siege stage number. So any water, health, and energy damage is increased by 1 because we're in the first siege stage. Water type encounters and bosses are tenacious, which means you cannot flee from them. Water type siege opponents and heroes/defenders with a siege or a water augment deal 1 additional siege damage. So basically our astrologist is doing 1 additional siege damage to anything that is it can hit. Okay, cool. Other things we have to do. All of the harvest, these are all gone now. We are done. Harvest phase is over, so those go away. What else do we have here? They have to appear. Sure, yeah, makes sense. Jaethi is going to beeline to the nearest city-state, as is our banner for the first siege opponents. Okay. I just want to make sure I'm doing everything correct, because this is like, there's a whole sequence of things that happens when you switch over. Here we go. All right, let's place. First, we're going to place Jaethi. Jaethi is going to come out in portal 6 and 5. So right here, basically. Very close to us, which isn't a good thing. So close to us that our minis are hitting. The minis are very cool in this version of the game. I find it not confusing, weird, that the whole point of this game is you're fighting absolutely huge things that are destroying city-states and all this stuff, and you're still just little tiny heroes. Yet the minis are closer to the same size than they've ever been. I find that to be just weird, I guess. They look cool. The minis are great. I like this size in terms of if I decide to paint them. But it just seems silly that the minis are larger than the normal ones. Okay, whatever. I don't know what I'm saying either. Now we're going to place this banner here. This is the banner for the first siege wave. It's going to come out in portal 9, which is here, in direction 3, which is straight down, which means we need a new hex tile. We'll just grab this one. Okay. We will put it like this. They come out right here. We need a new boss. This one. Hey, it's boss 1. We can probably kill boss 1. I mean, I sure hope we can kill boss 1. We already killed boss 2, so you'd certainly think so. Okay, and then that siege, all those cards we've been drawing, these guys, we flip the top one, and that is the current siege opponent. It is Toxicants. They have 6 health. They do 1 damage. They have a range of 1. They are immune to water. Makes sense. They are, water. They overpower 4. No, I don't know what that means. We'll look it up. And Toxicants' range extends to any defender that is on or adjacent to a water or river hex. Okay. Range extends to any defender that is on or adjacent to a water or river hex. I think that means they can already hit the city-state, because that's a river hex. And then this is water, river. Ow. Toxicants' range extends to any defender that is on or adjacent to a water or river hex. Okay. I think that's it. We don't have any other temples out? No, I think just the 2. Neither one of them are next to river hexes. Okay. So yeah, this thing normally would be walking its way towards that city-state, but from the way I'm reading this, its range extends to any defender that is on or adjacent to a water or river hex. So our city-state is already in range of it. Cool. Maybe it still moves close. I think, yeah, we're going to say it still moves. All right, and then Jaethi, just eyeballing it, looks like it's closer to this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Too many away. Okay, so Jaethi is going to be coming right towards here. And our siege banner, as of right now, is going to be going towards that city-state. I think. Yeah, that's closer. Cool. Okay. Jaethi is, when they are in their water imbalance, their movement is only 1. The imbalance of water means Jaethi has overpower equal to the water imbalance and gains +1 resilience each turn. but also still has an imbalance to fire from one of our earlier events. So that means it has ignite equal to the imbalance and +1 damage. So ignite 3, overpower 1, and gaining 1 resilience and +1 damage, basically. So that's, again, all stuff that we're going to need to remember. So I'm going to kind of set that right there. I think we are ready to actually start now the first siege turn. Yeah, so the first thing that's going to happen is Jaethi is going to move 1 closer to its target, and it pretty much goes in a straight line. I mean, we're working with hexes here, so there we go. Jaethi's range is 2. Then you roll, after you move Jaethi, you roll the die. And it is a surge water. So it is a surge water. We come back over here. It says right here, surge. Add +1 to the imbalance. So the water imbalance goes from 1 to 2. Defenders on or adjacent to a water, marsh, or river hex lose -1 damage to a minimum of 1. That is going to be this guy as well. So going to go down to 2 damage. And that's damage they're doing, not damage that they have, not their hit points. This one is also adjacent to a water hex. Water is tough. Nothing you can do to defend against that. The river is printed on the board. Okay. Then play the match result. So then we're going to go down here to the match result. If imbalance is 3 or less, it is add 1 to the imbalance. So now the water imbalance is 3. And that's it. That is Jaethi. And then we are going to have this guy move 1 as well. So now they've done their movement. They've done the imbalance. So now it's the actual siege step. So the top siege opponent card for each siege event is in play. Yup. Okay. So Jaethi is going to do 4 +1 because of the fire imbalance. So 5. Jaethi is going to do 5 damage to defenders within 2. That's just we're within 2 of them. We happen to be within 2 of them, so we're also potentially going to take some damage here. And by potentially, I mean I think we're going to. The astrologist won't, because the astrologist is water. So because this is like a water attack, we are immune to water damage. However, Kensai is fire, and they are weak to water damage. And I have to find out what happens now, because that might be a dead Kensai, if I'm being honest. Okay, what placard is that on, y'all? Let's check the actual rule book, I guess. But I'm pretty sure it's something like 20 energy drain or something like that, and that would kill Kensai. Our Kensai. Hummingbird. Salt Lamakia. Okay, so we've got Jaethi deck. It's not really what we want. Siege. Heroes during a siege. 77. Maybe. Yep. The group is not presently in a defender location. Heroes 1 and 2 are immune to fire. Hero 3 will suffer 20 piercing energy drain. So Kensai is going to take 20 energy drain. 4 will complete out his energy. 13 more is all he has. So Kensai currently is dead. Okay. Our astrologist would take the damage, or is immune to the damage because it's water and they have a water tier. So they're still alive. Okay. And then we would be able to fight back, except Jaethi is also immune to water damage. I think Yeah, even though they have a fire imbalance, it's the water siege, so they're immune to water. Okay, this guy then is going to do 1 damage to, I believe, both city-states, because it is attacking anything adjacent to water, and these guys, they're both adjacent to a river, because you know how the board was printed. A lot I can do about that. Okay, so this will also go down to 19. That, oh, and then go ahead and get rid of that 1 day off of or 1 round off of our siege duration. Okay. Yikes. It's to us, and for the most part, our turns now can work the same way. We can still go do stuff. If we want to upgrade any of our defenders, we have to be within range of that defender during the siege. So if we wanted to get to one of these 2 city-states and use some of our ore, for instance, we could spend 9 ore to raise a city-state's resilience, its defense basically, by 8. This one also had... Okay, well equipped. This defender gains... Okay, it gets +3 attack, which isn't going to come into play until that thing gets closer. Okay, we definitely want to get out of Jaethi's way. I think we're just going to... It's only moving 1, so I'm not overly worried. I don't think either city-state is going to get destroyed this turn, because it has a range of 2, but it's only moving 1. So it needs to get here. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So after 4 of its 6 turns, it's going to be able to start attacking Takagura. And when it attacks, it is hitting for 5. So yeah, it potentially might kill Takagura unless we get over there and maybe add some resilience to it. Maybe. Or Takagura dies, and as long as we don't lose both, we're okay. This siege banner is only doing 1 damage per round, so our other city-state will be fine for this siege phase. Now, the next card we know is not a siege, but the one after that could be, and if that's the case, we more than likely lose, because 2 siege turns that quickly isn't great. Oh, I did forget, I'm so sorry. We do get passives at the beginning of the siege turn for every 4 that we have of here. So we are also going to gain 4 more specialists because of that living crystal. So we will have 9 specialists, and then we will get passives based on every 4 essence, every 4 sky metal, and every 4 specialists. Well, we don't have 4 essence or 4 sky metal, and we do have 9 specialists, so that is going to get us 12 platinum. So we have 27 platinum, which is good enough. We can use 25 of that somewhere to buy a token that will cover up another portal. Okay. So I think our plan is going to remain the same. We are going to go over here to 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Because we're on the edge here, we can reveal another tile. So we'll just put this right here. Jaethi will have to deal with it. Okay, let's see here. I'm not gonna look. This one. Okay, cool. It's another boss, which is what we want. We kind of want the boss away from the portals in case something comes in. So we're gonna put it right like this. There we go. Just put this over here like that. There's a lot going on, and like I said, you're not even seeing any of the cards I got over here. I have, what, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 decks of cards over here. 5 of them were small, but still, they count. Okay, so we revealed that, and we need to put a boss out. I'm just going to take 1 off the top. It's boss 4. Oh, that kind of goes in there real nice. Okay, cool. All right, we are currently on boss 7. So our movement is considered cautious. So this is for the astrologists. Don't find money, have to eat, but they are at 0. And this is for the Kensai. Oh, the Kensai is dead. Hold on. We got to do something about that. That is not high enough of a rank to do anything about it. How Can I revive someone? My astrologist. Oh, wait. Haha. Once per game, your hero dies. You may discard this and revive. This increases current and maximum. Yeah. So our Kensai is going to revive, and then we're going to discard this card. And I believe when they revive, they come back with full. 13 and 9. I should probably look that up. Again, I don't know why I did that. I leave them blank when they're full. Let's see. Let's double check and make sure they do revive to full, though, real quick. There should be, hopefully, a revive keyword in here. Reviving heroes 104. Okay. As long as it's not the last siege of the game, heroes who die may be automatically revived in a city state of their choice after a number of game turns have passed equal to the current wave number. Heroes who are back in this wave revived during the movement phase. Okay, that's wave revival. What about normal revival? Yeah, we're just going to say it comes back full. I don't know. Okay. So we are on 7, boss 7, which is where's our guy? Here he is. It is where this guy wanted to be delivered to. So we need to roll all stats and roll all skills. And we need at least half the group to succeed at least 2. Okay. So we do have an ability here, energetic connection, that can make the next stat test a -2. Okay. So we're going to use that, but I'm testing 3 things at once, so we're going to see which one I need on it. It turns out we hexed this. That's a fail. Okay, so we're going to use the -2 on survival, so those 2 both succeed. We did hex 1, though, so we're going to get double the rewards on this card. We might as well test the Kensai as well, just for fun. That is a success, that is a success, and that is a hex. So he succeeded on all 3. Cool. So whenever you hex a test like this, you do get double the rewards, as I mentioned earlier. This reward is a gear upgrade. So both of these guys are going to get 2 gear upgrades. But then we also effectively just defeated boss 7 because of what this card says. So we're going to go ahead and remove boss 7. Cover boss 7's hex, like so. We're going to go back there. I'm going to grab boss 7 to remind me to take the rewards. So there is the placard for boss 7. Let's go ahead and get our 2 gear upgrades first from this here. Okay. Our sky. Yeah, we're going to make our sky reading 8. That's going to unlock its ability. And I think we're in energetic connection. This is the one I can bring people back to life, but it has to be rank 7, and it's kind of looking like I'm going to want that to be rank 7. Over here, we're going to go both in shattered defense. Okay. So that is effectively this card. So we're going to go ahead and I don't think I have a discard pile yet, so we're just going to throw it over there. And now we can reveal another one, Ancient Tablets. So we'll deal with that one here in a second. Okay, we are going to get the rewards now for boss 7. We get 1 sky medal, which puts us up before 1 round too late. We do get to close a portal. Let's close. We're going to close 3 for the same reason as the other one. We don't want to drop this sky tile on anybody. We are going to get 8 gold each. $22 and $19. 6 platinum, which will take us to 33 platinum. Okay. 2 power-ups. One of us is going to get 2 attack and 2 defense, and one of them is going to get an absorbing orb. So the blue is the astrologist. 3 versus 6. So our Kensai gets 2 attack and 2 defense. So 9 and 6. And our astrologist gets an absorbing orb. Don't know what that is. We'll look that up here shortly. Okay. And then 2 power-ups each. Easy enough way to defeat boss 7 by not defeating him, but having someone else, I guess, just defeat him for us or sweet talk him. I'm not sure. Doesn't matter. We did it. 2 power-ups each. Our astrologist is going to get some health and some second mastery, as well as potentially an element. And our Kensei is going to get some cool stuff too. Our Kensei, +1 to all skills. 7, 5, 7. Okay. +1 to shatter defense. Cool. And also roll the air. That is not air, so we don't get it. Okay. +1 health for our astrologist, Ovaltine. And +1 second mastery, plus potentially a water. So we roll the water, looking for a water. It is not. We are not hitting on those very well. Okay. Put those away. We did cover that. Let's see. Those were all of our... I think that's everything we're doing in the event phase. Which means it is the villain phase. So the villain phases, after the initial one, are relatively easy. Jaethi is going to move. Like so. Covers up this settlement, so the settlement is destroyed. We'll cover that up once they move. This guy is also going to move. Jaethi is going to roll for the imbalance. Well, we're crushing it when we roll for Jaethi. That's fantastic. So that is another imbalance surge. So we add 1 imbalance here. Okay. Jaethi is supposed to be getting +1 resilience every round. There were what, 6 rounds? We're just going to give him 106 so that I don't have to remember to do that every time. During the surge, we add 1 to the imbalance. I cannot remember if I just did that or not. I don't think so. So we'll do it again. 5. And then if the imbalance is 4 or more, it is now, the siege banner with the lowest resilience gains resilience equal to the imbalance. Okay, so this siege banner has 6 resilience currently. It's going up to 11, which we're going to mark over here. 11 resilience. We're not really planning on even hitting that thing, so that's fine. It's 4 away from us, so what's water? Water's weakness is fire, right? Nope. Respond to water. Earth. We don't have any earth augments, so we can't hit that thing, even if we wanted to. Okay, so Jaethi has moved. There is nothing within range now. There's no defenders within range. Again, Jaethi's range is 2. This guy, though, has that whole, I'm going to do 1 damage to everything adjacent to water. So this is going to drop down to 18. As will the other one. Okay. All right. Yeah, that is another siege wave. Back to us. We could go attempt to fight boss 4, or we could come over here and do that, which, let's see, end movement in each city-state after you initiate the commission to complete it. If only one city-state exists, travel only there. Instead, gain the card's platinum reward twice if you travel to each city-state. Okay, so that could get us 4 platinum. Can you buy void doors in either city-state? Void doors could just straight up teleport you. You can. Okay, so we could initiate that, go to this city state, and then just void door to the other one, and we would complete that, which would get us 8 platinum, which again, you need platinum to like build temples, fortresses, and to do upgrades and things like that. You also need platinum to get a Nexus Annihilator, which is place a hex token on a siege portal of your choice, up to 3 available per game. So we've covered 2 of the 10 hexes. If we get 75 platinum, we can cover 3 more, which means if we can kill, I think every boss lets you cover one, even the level 1 guy. So if we can kill 5 more bosses and do that, we'll win because all the siege portals are closed, assuming we survive if there's any siege people out at that time. Which I think kind of sounds like something I want to do. But at the same time, I don't know if we're going to last that long. What is this? Yeah, that's still that one. That's an all skills. Oh, speaking of which, this should have cost me, it cost me 2 energy to do that negative skills thing. So make sure we mark that. Huh, okay. Well, yeah. Let's go ahead and trying to decide if I want to just lean into this whole close siege portals thing, or if I do want to actually try to defeat them during the siege. Obviously not this one. This one I'm just, whatever happens, happens. That's fine. Okay. We're going to go here. No, I don't. That's a wasted turn. I don't like that. I don't like just hanging out there to pick up somebody to complete a quest later. That's currently where I'm at. What's boss 4 look like? Atla Chutney? I don't know. It's Crocodile Thing. Crocodile Thing. So it looks like it has 2 different health counters. We would get to close a portal, 2 power-ups. You can face them in 2 battlefields, atop or underwater. The group begins combat atop. Heroes may suffer 2 energy damage to switch battlefields at the end of each round. Those who are atop deal half health damage to the boss. Those who are underwater deal normal damage. Those who are either atop or underwater may only target the matching health value. Those swallowed by it may target either. Okay. Those who are swallowed deal energy drain instead of health or energy damage and may not be targeted by this guy unless otherwise stated. Okay. So basically you have to kill him atop the water and underwater, effectively. He is a water creature. Of course, I don't have that. I don't have creature or water or anything like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I mean, I think we're just going to go try to fight him. Why not, right? 3 piercing. Okay. Yeah, we're going to go and try to fight him. So we're going to go right here to boss 4. So we're going to move this for the time being. And we are going to grab our battle mat. We're going to put it somewhere. Perfect. All right, this guy has, when he's atop, he's got 30 health. And then underwater, he's got 36. But he only has 1 energy stat, which is 34. Okay. I am going to spend 2 energy drain on my astrologist to give my astrologist favorite opponent against creatures. I guess doesn't really matter. Favorite opponent against one of this guy's things, so that we have a favorite opponent against it. And then, okay, let's go ahead and See what we're going to do. We begin atop. Okay, you can suffer 2 energy damage to switch battlefields at the end of each round. Those who are atop deal half damage to him, and those underwater deal normal damage. So we start atop, which means we're doing half damage. The astrologist is going to spend, I'm just going to go 1 energy, which is going to give her, or him, I don't know, Ovaltine Jenkins, he, I think, defend 3 and raise the group health by 4. Actually, you know what? We're going to do it 3 times because of the strengthen ability. So I have defend 9, raising health by 12. And then at rank 8, once per turn, when you use Sky Reading 3 times in that turn, strengthen, defend, and the raise by 1. So I'm going to mark that in here. That is now strengthened by 1 going forward. So yeah, basically raising health 12, which is kind of a heal, but not really. Or technically it's not a heal, but it is a heal. And then we're going to do some shatter defense over here. So shatter defense, it deals health damage equal to perfect strike, a 9, plus shatter defense of 8. Each time this attack damages an opponent, they are going to gain a penalty. Okay. If your opponent's level is less than or equal to half shattered rank, it's equal to. The target becomes vulnerable. At rank 10, this attack deals damage a second time. So this guy is vulnerable, which means targets gain +2 to their target. Vulnerable targets gain +2 to their target die result when in combat and suffer 1 extra damage when damaged. So he's going to be taking 1 extra damage. Okay, so we are going to spend 1 energy to go berserk as well. So we're going to go down to 7. 9 plus 8 is 17, plus 7 is 24. Because we're atop, that is halved to 12, and then we're going to add the 1 damage. So we're going to do minus 13 to our bossy friend here. Oh, I forgot the fire. The fire would have added 3, but then we would have halved it, so it's actually 14. Minus 14, and he is burning. Cool. And then we do have favorite opponent, so let's roll our favorite opponent dice. That is a hex, which hexplodes. So 6 plus another 6 is 12. Plus 1 is 13. I don't think favorite opponent damage can be reduced in any way. So he is going to be taking that 13 damage from our astrologist. Okay. What's he going to do? 3. Okay, this cost 10 energy. So we're going to mark that. I don't think my battle mat is over here. Here we go. Minus 10 energy. Reflect 2. Okay, so 2 is going to come back to our, oh crap, I can't remember, to Hummingbird. Dual target, so it's going to hit both. 6 energy and survival. Those who fare are knocked down. All right, so that is a fail for the astrologist, and that is also a fail for, was it Kensai? And they switch battlefields, which is fine. We were going to switch battlefields anyway, so now we just get to do it for free. Okay, so let's see what all happens here. 6 energy damage to both of them. This guy was defending 9, so he's fine. This guy, though, is going to go down to 1. 2 damage is going to be reflected, but he is being raised 12. So he's actually going to be raised 10, so 23. 22 health. We are now underwater. We are. He's not. So that's the fun part where with the top has taken 27 of its 30 damage, which leaves it at 3, and it is burning. So the top will be dead. Bloop, bloop. And we are now also underwater because it made us go underwater. All right? Yeah. Doesn't say anything about being immune to burn, so he gets burned. All right, so we are now underwater, which means we are doing full damage, max damage, not halved. So let's go ahead and this guy's got an attack of 1, crushing it. This guy does not say he is immune to water damage. Okay, we're going to spend our last energy with our Kensai to do Shatter Defense again. We cannot spend the energy to sustain Berserk. So we are going to just be doing 9 plus 8 is 17 plus 3 fire damage. So we will be doing 20 while underwater. Our astrologist, feeling like they're probably well off. We're going to do energetic connection. So this heal an ally's health equal to energetic connection, rank or their energy by 3. So additionally, the next stat test they make is a -2 bonus. So we're going to heal the Kensai's energy by 3 so that next turn they can do something. Let's do favorite opponent for the astrologist. That's 2. Yay. And then they will be burning underwater somehow. Guess that's a pretty powerful burn. Makes sense. It is. You're being augmented by a level 3 fire tier. Okay, what is this guy going to do? 5. Raise 4 health. Oh, okay. 4 atop, 4 underwater. Could have just said raise 4 health there. Didn't need to have the whatever. Single 5 corrosive health. If the target suffers any damage, they are also swallowed. Okay. So blue is astrologist for the target die. And it is going to target the Kensai. Okay. Boost the target's damage dealt. Boost the target's damage dealt this round by their attack rank, or by 3 if they don't have an attack rank. Okay, so we're being devoured, which means we're going to be doing, we're actually doing more damage to them because we're being devoured. We are going to take 5 corrosive health, so that's going to come off of here, so that's 18. This guy is going to raise 4. So we're doing 22, but he's raising 4. So we're effectively doing 18, which brings him to 18. But then we are doing, I think it said, we're doing 9 extra damage because the Kensai is being swallowed. So it's actually going to be down to 9 health at the end of this round. Yeah. All right, swallowed 20/2. I'm gonna have to look up. I think that means it's 20 health. As encased, except that swallowed targets may not be targeted by allies. Any damage the swallowed target deals depletes the opponent's health value as if it were normal damage. This condition includes a second number in parentheses. This is the number of health damage that the swallowed target suffers during the declaration phase of each round of combat. Okay, so I'm going to suffer 2 damage. To get out of the encasement of the swallow, I need to do 20 damage, basically. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and roll favorite opponent dice for the astrologist. That's a 1. Plus the burning would be 4. So basically, he's down to 5 health. Does heal 3 from my 3 energy from my energetic connection from the astrologist last turn. Okay, so this turn, effectively down to 5 health. We are going to do Shattered Defense. I cannot berserk again. I already berserked, and I didn't have enough energy to keep that going. So that is 20 health, which is going to take care of the 20, like, encasement or whatever. I don't think burn stacks. Oh, it does. Burns target lose 3 health at the beginning of the declaration phase of each round and heal 3 less health each time their health is healed. He raised, he didn't heal. The healing reduction stacks, but the health damage does not. Okay. All right, so he's still going to have 5 damage to take care of. Well, we could attack for 1 with the astrologist. Yeah, we're going to attack for 1 with the astrologist. It's going to get +3 because of the water. So we're attacking for 4 with the astrologist, and then the burn will kill him next turn, assuming he doesn't defend any of that 4. So let's see. 3. Reflect 2. Okay, do dual damage, 6 energy and survival. Okay, it's not going to matter. So he's doing 6 energy. So that is going to take our astrologist down to 1. This guy down to 0. And he is doing some damage. However, he's only reflecting 2 of the 4, which is going to bring him to 3. And then next turn, the burn will kill him. So we would have taken some damage, but not more than what we have extra, because we have 12 extra here and 5 extra here. So at the end of combat, those numbers go back down to the normal maximums. So 10 and 13 and hardly any energy. But we have defeated boss number 4. Cool. All right. So first thing we need to do here is we need to cover this up. Boss 4 is defeated. And let's get our rewards. All right, we're going to get 1 essence, which again gives us 4, which gives us something as kind of a passive at the start of siege phases. We're going to be able to close another portal. Let's go with this one. We'll stick to the edges for those. That way we know they're coming out in the middle in the future. 2 power-ups that we'll get here in a second. 5 food, which we can only carry 2. 5 money. 7. And one of us will get +3 attack, and one of us will get 3 Viper potions. The blue, again, is the astrologist. This will be the one that the Kensai doesn't get the +3 attack. Oh, no, he does. 7 versus 2. Okay, so the Kensai will get +3 attack. And our astrologist will get +3 Viper potions. And no, I don't know what those do, but we'll look it up. Still have to look up our absorbing orb as well. And then 2 power-ups. I will grab those, and then we're going to look up and see what this stuff does. There's our power-ups. Okay. Absorbing orb. This item may be used to negate up to 10 health or energy damage the wielder would suffer. The orb may only be used once, but may be recharged and used again after you enter a temple. This item may be used 1 additional time before recharging if you have an Earth Augment tier. For each Earth Augment tier you possess, up to 1 per hero. Cool. All right, the Viper something. Viper potion? Here we go. Until the end of combat, each time an opponent targets you, they become vulnerable. Oh yeah, I forgot about the +1 damage for the vulnerable. Oh well. You heal 10 energy or reflect 10 this round. Okay. Neat. That's what those do. All right. We've got some resources here. We have 1 specialist and 2 essence. So we are up to 6 essence and 10 specialist. All right. And then let's see. +2 to the lowest rank. I have 2 things at 5. I'm going to go here. So that's a 7. And then +1 to survival. 8. All right. Over here, we have 2 to navigate. Cool. We don't really need navigate anymore, but whatever. +2 to the lowest rank, which is, attack. Attack is now 3 on our astrologist. 8. Okay, we closed our portal. We got our rewards. That is us. So Jaethi is going to move 1 closer. This guy is going to move 1 closer. He is then going to do damage to each for 1. The siege banner, because they're next to a water. Okay, Jaethi is still not close enough there. We do need to roll though on the imbalance. And that's just a normal water this time. So yeah, so it's going to increase the imbalance. Wait, does it? No, it doesn't, because it's not a surge. It's going to give that guy even more resilience, which we're not fighting that guy, so I'm not worried about adding his resilience. That is them. There are 3 siege rounds left. Okay. For us, I'm thinking we go to the city-state to heal and maybe buy some stuff before Jaethi gets there. Maybe. Yeah, so we're going to hop into the city-state. We'll actually go over here, so we're farther away from them. Not that it matters, but whatever. Okay, so we do need to roll. Again, that is considered cautious because of our mist. So we only need to roll this for the astrologist. Hexed the yellow, and that we failed, but it doesn't matter. So that's going to get us 3 gold and a tier 1 resource of our choice. We will choose lumber because we still only have 4 lumber. 5 there. Okay, and then 4 our Kensai. Don't have to eat, and we did find gold. Cool. All right, so while we are in the city-state, you heal to full vitals, which is good. And we are in the Empire of the Ishidan. So we can buy certain things here, including that hairpin of intellect, which I'm going to buy for each of these guys. That is once per game turn, -3 to a stat test roll. So that's going to be pretty cool in the next harvest phase. Or during like any other type of stat test that we do. It's just pretty solid. So that costs 7 for each. So I'm just going to put hairpin. I'll remember I have this because it's pretty cool. Hairpin. And -7 for each. So we've got 19 for our Kensai and 23 for our astrologist. What else can we get here? I think is it the other one? No, the Fireheart Scepter is something we probably want to get for our Kensai, because deal 2 additional fire, health, or energy damage, your choice, anytime you deal damage. Increase the additional damage dealt by 1 per fire tier augment you possess. So basically, he could just be doing an extra 5 damage because of this Fireheart Scepter. So that costs 8. I'm just going to put +5 damage. I mean, he is our damage dealing guy, as long as he doesn't, get swallowed or killed. The Wellspring Cloak for the astrologist is solid. Well, it's good for both of them. Heal 1 health and energy each movement phase, and suffer half the amount of energy drain from siege damage and hazardous terrain. So our Kensai, had he had this, wouldn't have been dead. Yeah. Oh, increase this item's heal amount by 2 for each water augment tier you possess, up to 1 per hero. So that means our astrologist will be healing 7 health and energy every movement phase. So we're definitely going to buy that for our astrologist. It costs 8. I'll bring this down to 15. And we're going to buy it for this guy too, just for the heal. Okay. All right. And then you can share, you can pull stuff together here. So do we want to do anything? Well, if I can get my Shattered Defense to rank 10, which we are in Siege 1 after, so I don't remember when I can buy. Heroes may spend to purchase gear upgrades in the Emporium based on the current siege stage. Oh, stage 1. So I guess before stage 1, you just can't buy upgrades? That seems silly. So stage 2, we can buy 4. So I can't go past 4 yet, so I can't increase that. Or I can't go past 2. So in terms of buying upgrades, let's see here. You may spend up to, okay. I'm going to spend 9 and increase my defense to 6, because that can help us during the harvest phase. Leaves me with 6 gold. Oh, so I'm gonna share some money. They're each gonna get a void door. Those cost 4, so 3 and then 5 from over here with 1. Void doors basically are dimension doors, only they go everywhere. So we can void door from like one city state to another to move around the map quicker. I think that is good. Okay, probably should have grabbed that guy for that quest first, because we could have gone here and then void doored. Oh well, we already didn't do that. Cool, that's us. So we're gonna have another siege step. So these guys are gonna go here. They don't destroy settlements if they go over them. He's gonna come here. This is a destroyed settlement though. Still not within range, is within range. So we are going to take 1 more health away from each of our city-states because they are next to rivers, and that guy is killing rivers, or killing things next to water. And then we are going to roll the blue. It is a mismatch. When it's a mismatch, you look at this little chart down here. We mismatch with Earth. So each hero loses 1 gear upgrade of their choice, or you can fight an encounter. We are going to fight an encounter. I'm not losing gear upgrades. So the encounter we are going to fight is a level 2 Vaporeon. They are weak to fire. Yeah, I'm not even going to write this down. She's dead because she's only got 6 health, and our fire guy is, because of that fire scepter, just with the extra fire damage, is doing 8. Yeah, so what is she going to do to us? The astrologist would do the sky reading at rank 3 so that it's strengthened again. So it'll be strengthened 2 going forward. And then when she moves, she's going to get +7/+7 back. So let's just see what this thing's doing to us. Single target water damage, health. So let's see, it's doing 4 water health. If a hero has a fire augment, they are slowed. So let's see who she's targeting. Blue will be the astrologist. It is this guy. So he is going to take a decent amount of damage, but we are raising 12, and he's not going to be taking 12. So perfectly fine. And then the amount that's raised will come back down to their maximum after the combat. So technically she would be at 22 and 25. So then any health damage would have come off those amounts. Cool. So that is 3 gold and 1 recruit is the reward for that. 21 recruits. All right. Okay, and then we're going to mark off another siege wave. So there are 2 siege waves left. Where do we want to go? Is it all scales? There's nothing to do with the settlement. I feel like we might use one of these void doors. Maybe. Where do we go, though? One, two, three, four, five. Okay. Yeah. We're going to void door. Let me just make sure I'm using the void door correctly. Said I may use to during the event phase outside of combat to open a portal and teleport the group to one of the antiquity sites or any location within group range of any defender. Okay. So we have to do that during the event phase. Okay. So we will camp here. So -1 to these rolls. Those are both still failures for the astrologist. And that is a hex and found money. And with that hex, we'll gain another lumber. Okay. And then, so we have a -1 on our stat test. During the event phase, we're going to use the astrologist void door. And we're going to go here to that antiquity site. While we're there, we're going to pick up one of these. We're going to try to do one of these two things. We're going to try to do this one up top here. The Tide Shard Mirror. So it's an all skills. We still have -1 on our skill rolls because we did camp. So that 4 is a pass. This 6 is not. This 5 is not for the astrologist. That's 2 hexes and a 7, which is a pass even without the -1. So we are going to get double the reward because of the hexes, which means we are going to get 4 living crystals. Which is pretty cool because we can then get a decent amount of income during the start of the next siege phase. Okay, this also has the equip. When equipped, this defender gains a water augment. Oh, that's kind of cool. The water augment, we are going up. This guy is water. So if we give this thing a water augment, he's no longer doing any damage to whoever we equip it to. To be able to equip this, though, we have to be within range of the defender. Okay. And then during the event phase, you may move the closest siege banner 2 hexes in a direction of your choice. This defender cannot be equipped with the Sky Shard Mirror, which we do not have the Sky Shard Mirror. We're going to hold on to this. So Manchu Pakra is going to take 1 more damage from that guy. But then next turn, we are going to equip this to them, and they will not be taking any more damage from that guy. Or do we come back down here and equip it to Takagura? No, we'll go up there. Because while it has that, I don't think it takes any damage from the water. If we did it down here, Jaethi is swinging with water damage, so it could also stop Jaethi's damage. I think that's how that works. Because Jaethi is doing water damage. I think. Which means this one, I think this one survives anyway. It's going to get hit. Jaethi is going to hit it for 5. That thing's going to hit it for 2 more. So it'll have 4 health left. So it kind of doesn't matter, I don't think. Plus, I don't want to use my void door yet. So yeah, for right now, we're going to hang on to that. And we used this antiquity site, so we have to cover it. Okay. All right. Villain phase. Jaethi is going to finally get in range. This thing will move 1 more. And again, I'm not 100% sure it should have been moving. It doesn't really matter. It's hitting anyway. So it did move 1 more, though. Okay. Jaethi then needs to roll this. That is a surge match, which means +1 to the imbalance. Surge. That guy is going to get... Oh, no, wait. Defenders on or adjacent to water lose 1 damage. Yeah, so this should be a 1. This one should be a 1. I think they already should have been 1, but whatever. Doesn't matter. And what that means is now when you roll dice to do damage for those defenders, you only hit on a hex, basically. That's what the 1 means. The higher that damage roll, or the higher that damage number, if it were 3 like it was originally, you hit on 1, 2, or 3. Now they only hit on 1s. Okay, and then... Siege been with it. Yeah, and then that guy is going to get more resilience, but it doesn't matter. Cool. Okay, so then they're going to attack. So I don't remember if I did the 1 from each for that guy yet. I don't think I did. Jaethi is swinging for 4 plus the 1, so he's swinging for 5 plus 1 from that thing is 6. So this one is down to 10. This one is getting hit for 1. However, we are close enough. Can we hit him? I don't think we can. We don't have Earth, which is what we would need to hit him. So we can't. All right, 1 more siege turn to go. So it is back to our turn. We are going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Why are we going there? Oh, let's reveal this. Ixaxalau's favor nailed it. Okay. Air, earth, fire type siege opponents within range suffer 1 damage at the end of each turn. This is the equip effect. If this defender has a water augment, the group raises to full vitals if they are within range at the beginning of the turn. So that's what we could potentially have there. Okay. We might go and just fight boss 1. To close another portal. We've closed 3 portals. So we still have to kill some bosses and reveal more tiles. Boss 1 would let us reveal a new tile. Okay. We're going to move these up to here. Kind of ignoring the whole siege part of this siege game. But oh well. So we're going to go here. That's going to allow us to reveal another tile. And this one. Sweet. It has another boss on it. We're going to put that other boss right next to us. Because we want to fight it. It is boss 3. Okay. Okay. We did move. So again, we're not worried about navigate, but we are worried about these. That is a fail for the important thing for the astrologist. 2, 8. That's 2. Found some money. And you know what? We are going to use our hairpin so that becomes a crit. So we'll take 1 extra money and we will take a lumber. All right. And then we are going to fight boss 1. Boss 1 looks like it's 2 people. Kaimusho and Umadzura. Nailed it. First try. Okay, these guys should be pretty easy. They are a monstrous humanoid, which of course, why would we have that? We don't have that. All right, there are 2 opponents who share the same soul. Roll the action die for each opponent each round. Anytime an action result is a hex, soul swap becomes the only action they make this round, which is their hex. Okay. They share the same energy, vital. Oh, they say that they share the same energy vital and have weakness energy drain. Apply any health damage suffered from energy drain effects to either one of the opponents. Okay. Again, this should be relatively easy. We have faced off harder bosses than these guys. So we're going to go ahead and put this like so. We've got yeah, they're two 14s. So 14 and 14, and then 18 energy. Oh, Temple 3 did come out, so Temple 3 has 10 health. And is not by water, so will not be automatically hit by our friend there. Okay. Yeah, neat. We are going to pay 2 energy from our astrologist to give our astrologist's favorite opponent against monstrous humanoids. And we're going to roll and see what we get. That is a 4. So we will be doing 4 damage to the first one with our favorite opponent. And then our astrologist, I think our astrologist might just, yeah, our astrologist is going to do sky reading 3 times. And that way the strengthen is going to go up to 3. So that strengthens the defend, and it strengthens the raise health by 1. So now I am defending 12, and I am raising health by 15. So I'm going to do that now. So 25. The health raises for both. 28. And then he, Ovaltine Jenkins, pretty sure it's a guy. I mean, it's a made-up person from the show Psych. So raises the group's health, yeah. But it gives you defend 3. Okay. And then, let's see. Kensai here. I'm not even going to waste the energy. I'm just going to do a normal attack against the first guy. Actually, let's do a normal attack against the second guy. Either way, it's going to be a one hit, because he's doing 12 plus 3 fire plus another 5 fire. So let's see what these guys are. That is a hex, so they do their soul swap. Okay, single target, 2 health, defend 3, raise 3 health. This effects are applied to each opponent. Then each opponent swaps. Swap each opponent's vitals. The swap occurs even if one is vanquished. Okay? So they're going to defend 3, but I am doing 12 plus 3. I'm doing 20. So defend 3 brings that down to 17. Raise 3 effectively brings it down to 14. So this guy is still going to be dead, but because they swap vitals, he's not dead. The other guy is. So we basically have one guy with 10 health left. He is going to do single target 2 health damage. It doesn't matter which one of them takes 2 health. They both have 15 more than they should anyway because of the raise. So now, during the next phase, 3 damage from the favorite opponent for our astrologist. And it actually should be at 10 health. Or energy. We are just going to normal attack again, and our astrologist is going to spend 3 again to increase this raise or the strengthen by 4. 2-4. Cool. Let's see what this one opponent is doing. 2. So our opponent is technically the first one. Defend 2. Reduce any favorite opponent damage the group deals this round by 3. Oh, first time I've seen something like that. So not doing this 3 damage, but we are still doing 20 just from our other attack. So that is a dead, those 2 dudes. Cool. Okay, so rewards for that. 4 money each. 12. 8. 3 food. We can't hold any more food. 2 defend for one of them. Blue will be the astrologist. The blue gets 2 to defend. 2 defend. Okay. And our Kensai gets a clay ocarina. Which, nope, don't know what that does. I will look it up. You know what? Right now. Oh, clay ocarina, clay ocarina. Modify an opponent's outlast value by up to half your attack or defend rank, or heal a target's energy or influence value by your current energy. Okay. Nifty. They will each then also get a power-up. +2 to all skills for the astrologist, and +2 to the lowest rank for the Kensei. And then we do get to cover up another portal. We will cover up the one we are by. All right, we have covered up 4 portals. We have enough platinum to cover up a 5th portal. There are 2 other bosses on the board, which would be a 6th and a 7th portal. So we need what, like 42 more platinum, and we need 2 more bosses to come out, basically, that we can kill. And if we can do all of that before the next siege phase, all of the portals will be closed and we will win, in theory. Okay, so this guy is dead. There we go. Cool. All right, let's do our resources here. +2 to our lowest rank. Our lowest rank is standoff. So that becomes a 7. And we also get 2 sky metal from this. Okay. And then over here, +2 to all skills. All right, so 10, 6, and 5. 10 navigate, 6 explore, 5 survival, 4 are astrologist. Cool. Okay. Last siege round. Jaethi does not need to move, already within range. This guy, I mean, kind of the same thing, but at the same time, we're just going to move him anyway. Jaethi is then going to roll here. That is a surge match. And on a surge match, +1 to the imbalance. So the imbalance is now a 7. Our 2 city-states would take -1 damage that they're doing, but they're already at 1. And then the siege banner gets more resilience. But again, we don't really care about that because we're not trying to kill it. Okay, so then we're going to do damage. Jaethi is going to do 5 + 1 from that guy. So 6 total will bring Takagura down to 4. The fact that it's still alive, I'm happy with. And that's only because Jaethi's only moving 1 while in water mode. And then Machu Pakra will go down to 14. Okay. That is the last siege. So we get rid of this. This is calendar is going to go away. Now we might have a siege in 2 more cards. And if we do, that's probably game over. Because I'm kind of ignoring that just to see if you can. So that's going to go away. This is going to go back over here, and all these cards are going to go back to Siege 1. And when the second siege happens, we're going to have cards from Siege 1 and Siege 2. It says to flip this over, which, okay, I mean, I know what it is, but it says to flip it over, so we flipped it over. And we are now going to start another harvest phase. So just like the beginning of the game, we are going to reveal 3 harvest cards. And these are the 3 we've already looked at. I certainly don't remember what they are. I guess I should say too, I have no idea how long this has gone at this point. I have not been keeping track. What time is it? Come on, watch, I believe in you. So I might make this 2 parts. And if I am going to make this 2 parts, right now is where I'm going to cut it. So if I'm still talking here in 10 seconds, then I'm not going to make it 2 parts. And if not, we'll see you next time. All right. So we are back, and/or we never left. I'm not sure if I made this 2 parts or not yet. So we are ready for our second harvest stage, and we have our harvest cards here. We just survived the first siege stage, kind of barely. So we are ready to see if we can keep on keeping on here. All right, so hidden potential. Gain 1 living crystal. Place a hex token on a siege portal of your choice. Yeah, I totally forgot about that. That is fantastic because that's kind of the victory condition we are going for. So we have all of our corners taken care of. Let's go ahead and cover up siege 5 there. So that was our immediate effect of hidden potential. 1 defender of your choice gains +1 resilience for every 3 ore in the stockpile. We have 10 ore in the stockpile, so we're going to give a +3 to, let's go with Machu Picchu, since it has the better chance of surviving another siege. Bring that up to 17. Okay. All right, and then this one does not have an immediate effect. It does have until the end of the siege effect. Group may spend 3 money, up to twice per turn, to basically try to get stuff, kind of gambling effectively. For each critical success during the skill phase, flip over the next unrevealed power-up card. The group may arrange the revealed cards in any order and may place any revealed cards on the bottom of the deck. Meh. Anytime you gain ore, gain 1 more. Okay. So that's where we're at, and we are back to harvesting. So we have 5 more portals that we need to cover. We have 2 bosses. Killing each one will allow us to cover 1. So that would be 2. We have enough platinum to cover 1, which means we need way to get 2 more covered, basically, is what we're looking at here. So we're just gonna go fight this boss. We're gonna go for it, and we're gonna hope that the second Jaethi card is not a siege. If it is, I think we're gonna be not great. But that's what we're going to hope for. These I'm just gonna kind of set, you know what, for right now, we're gonna go right here because we won't be playing right here. I am gonna go here the long way though. So we're gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then we're gonna reveal this here. There's 3 left. I can see the top one. We're gonna go with the middle one. Hey, there's a boss on there. That is cool. So we'll do that. That is going to be boss number 6. Oh, look at that. It kind of fits. Neat. Okay. There's 1 boss left over there. I'm just going to look. Do either of these tiles? No. So how does boss 8 come out? Am I missing one? I know boss 9 is on a sky tile. Or how does the line, not necessarily boss 8. There's 1 boss left. Okay. Oh wait, I forgot they have double sides. I guess I probably should have been checking that. Whoops. Considering how I'm trying to win, that might be a grave error. Okay. Our range is 3. We are going to harvest. So we got to get our harvest cards back here. We need some platinum to win the way that I want to win. We need platinum. So to try to get platinum, we can harvest off of an antiquity site. There is 1 antiquity site currently within our range of 3. So we are going to attempt to harvest from that site. We technically move cautiously because every move is cautious. So this needs to be 5 or lower. It is a 4. So that is 5 more platinum, giving us 38 platinum. Ideally, we need double that so that we can close 3 portals. Probably not going to happen, but again, we're going to give the old college try. Okay. Let's see. We can harvest 2 more spots, none of which give us platinum. Can we trade anything in for platinum? No. Okay. Not a problem. So let's see. We did the, what if we did, we don't need water. I guess let's try the temple. We're going to try to get, we don't have, All right, so we want to lower the water imbalance is 7. To lower that, we need water elements, basically. You can go to a temple and you can spend 1 water element to lower the imbalance by 2. So we're actually also, let's try to get a fire, because the fire imbalance, which is adding damage, is at 3. We have 1, so if we can get a second fire, we did. We can now go to a temple and get rid of the fire imbalance. So let me mark that on our research sheet here. So we now have 2 fire elements. And then for our last one, let's see here. There's a great tree, which we can try to get an essence at a great tree, and we will. We need a 4 or less. That is a 10, so no. Okay. We are now going to fight boss 3. Cool. Boss 3 is Tlacoahua. Tlacoahua. Monstrous humanoid, again, and of course we don't have that. I mean, we will. Oh, we moved, by the way. So I'm getting the astrologist whenever we move, and because of her water thing, she's getting 7 back. So she's going to be at 14 energy and full health, and our Kensai is going to be full of both things. Okay. I need to find another way to close a portal. 2 bosses and buying 3 of those things is viable, except for the fact that I don't have 75 platinum. Okay. All right, boss 3 has 38 health. Let's see here. What is her passive? Before combat begins, a random hero is encased 6 in intense orange gemstone. The boss raises 4 health and 2 energy each round the target is encased. If the target hero has a earth augment, this effect is negated and deals 10 health damage to her. Earth augment is the one we don't have. So we're just going to do target dice here. Blue one is the astrologist. Okay, so our astrologist is encased 6, which I do believe just basically means we need to break that encasement. Encased targets are no longer targetable by opponents in combat, but the constraint that encases them can be targeted by themselves or their allies. Encased targets may only use their attack each round, targeting only the constraint. This condition includes a number in parentheses, 6. This is the number of health damage that must be dealt to free the target. This condition may not be removed through other means. Okay, so we need to hit the encasement for 6. Until we do, our astrologist can only do attack. All right. We do still have the ability, though, I think. I'm going to say I don't have the ability to make her favorite opponent, right? That makes sense to not have that ability. So we're just going to attack with the astrologist, which is doing just 3 damage to the encased thing. Basically, the astrologist is just going to take this combat off. So we'll put a 6 down here, and we're doing 3 against it. And then we're going to do a 38 up here. And we are going to have our Kensai do Shatter Defense for 20 plus 8 is 28. And then we will also spend the energy to go Berserk, which will make it 36. And it will add Burn. So assuming she doesn't block or raise any energy or health here, she'll be dead at the start of the next declaration phase when she gets burned for 3. Let's see what she is doing. 4. Doing group, 4 health, 4 energy in each mastery. Count the successes and failures. Okay. So we are going to test the astrologist masteries. Oh, wait, they're not targetable when they're encased, right? Isn't that what I read? No longer targetable. So this is just going to be for this guy. So this will test the Shatter Defense. There's a pass. This will test the Standoff. That is a pass. Okay. Count the successes and failures. Reduce the damage this action deals to all heroes by 1 for each success. and increase the damage by 1 for each failure. So it's doing 4 health and 4 energy, but there were 2 successes, so it's doing 2 health and 2 energy to the group. Okay. We're going to go ahead and actually just handle this, because that will take her down to 2 health, and then she will be burning at the start of the declaration phase. She's dead. And then the encasement will just go away, because we can just take turns destroying that. But everyone's going to take 2 health and 2 energy. I assume that is also the astrologist. No, she's not targetable, so it's not the astrologist. I don't think, because I was encased in something. Either way, as soon as we move, I'm going to go all the way back up anyway. Okay, rewards. We get to cover another portal. All right, so let's go ahead and cover portal 6. All right, 4 portals left. These guys right in here. We are going to get 5 money each, 5 gold. So 17 and 13. We are each going to get a gear upgrade. You know what? We'll go here just for reasons. And then over here, we might as well do attack. Cool. Okay, and then we're going to roll target dice. Blue for the astrologist. Okay, the astrologer's got it and gets 2 to the first mastery. Very cool. 10 to sky reading. And 3 Vine of the Dead over here. Vine of Dead. Don't know what those do. We'll worry about that later. And 2 power-ups each. That is what boss 3 gets us. All right, attack and defense. More defense. More defense. And some masteries. Okay, resource-wise, this one gets us 1 of each of the tier 3 resources. So we will get 2 ethereal ore, and we'll have 5 living crystals. We are also going to get, 4 platinum, 42. And potentially an earth. That is water, so no earth. I'm not sure I've hit on one of those yet. Okay, so those are our updated resources. So we're going to get 7 anticipate for our Kensai, our defense. This will go to 9 and 8. Okay, and then 3 defense for our astrologist. And 1 more attack. Okay. That is a dead boss 3. So we have boss 6. We have boss 5. Okay. So I need to kill both of those bosses. And I need to get to 50 platinum and go to a city-state to buy the Nexus thing. Nexus Annihilator. They're 25 platinum each, and they cover a siege portal. So I'm 8 platinum away from that, and then I need to kill those 2. Each one of those will allow me to close a portal. Okay. I have 1 void door. Oh, each time you critically success during the skill phase. I might have done that, and I don't remember. I also forgot I could do that. Oh well. Before the event phase ends, I'm thinking about using a void door. I could use a void door to go to a city-state. If I go to the city-state, we'll heal full. I could buy 2 more void doors. And then I could come out, go to this boss, and then I could void door and go to this boss. And I could kill both those bosses in the same turn. How do I get the 8 platinum I need? This. End movement in each city-state after you initiate this commission to complete it. End movement. Okay. Okay. I'm worried that if the second card is a siege card, if the second card that I'm drawing is not a siege card, I think we win by closing all the portals. If the second card is a siege card, I think we lose because we've done nothing to defend the city-states. So if I void door now, I could come here, I could pick that up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I can move on my next turn, I can move recklessly into this city-state. After I move recklessly into this city-state, I could buy 2 more void doors. And then I could void door, because you could void within your range of a defender. That's a defender. So I would be able to void door to that boss. And then if I drop a temple here, how much does that cost? That's going to eat into the platinum I need. No, that's going to eat into the platinum. I think we just take our chance. I think we just take our chance. Okay. I am going to void door. And I'm going to go here to put us within range of here. I'm going to grab, while we're here, we're going to grab these ancient tablets. End movement in each city-state after you initiate the commission to complete it. If only one city-state exists, travel only there instead. Gain this card's platinum reward twice if you traveled to each city-state. So we have this now. So we're going to be able to move here next turn. Yeah, that second card is a siege card. I think we're screwed. Oh well. Okay. So I think that was us. We have our mission. We have done this. This technically, I believe, gets covered. Like so, because we did do something there. Okay. All right, this one is not a siege. This is grounded. The tapestry attempts to repair itself. The floating islands are returning to Earth. If there are no sky tiles in play, place one. We have 2. Roll an Earth die. Okay, that is a fire. If the result is a mismatch, it is remove the riser from one random floating mountain in play. If the result is a match, remove 2. Okay, so we're removing the riser from 1. And we also have to roll this to see. That is a surge of Earth, which means we are going to get a siege card for Siege Phase 2 and a siege card for Siege Phase 3. And then we are going to move odds, evens. That is evens, so this guy plummets to the ground, which also means everything takes damage. When these change to nether, I think it just changes to nether. It doesn't, the rules don't say that it like crashes to the ground, because when they crash to the ground, all defenders take 1 damage. So I still only have 3 temples out, right? 1, 4, and 3. Yeah, so 1, 4, and 3 are all now going to be 9 instead of 10. Okay. And then this is going to go down to 3. And this is going to go down to 16. Okay. That was villain phase. So it is our R phase here. Okay. We're going to move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, I thought it was reckless. When we move reckless, when we move 12 and 6, this guy would be full. And when you move reckless, I believe you take energy drain. Heroes suffer 2 energy drain. Yeah. So, well, it doesn't matter because we're moving to a city state where you heal to full. So, we're going to buy void doors. You only have 1 per hero. So, 13, 9. So, we each have a void door. And then we are going to harvest. Okay. Harvest. Okay. Yeah. Okay. We are going to turn in this quest. Hold on. Can we? And move it in each city-state after you initiate the commission to complete it. If only one city-state exists, travel only there instead. Gain this card's reward twice if you travel to each. Okay, so if both exist, we have to go to both. And it says end movement. The void doors, I don't think we can use until the event phase. So have you ended movement? If you void door there? This item may be used during the event phase outside of combat to open a portal and teleport the group to a antiquity site or any location within group range of any defender. If the group is within range of a wellspring thing, you may spend 1 energy to use this item's effect without consuming it. The group may carry up to 1 per hero at any time. All right, so this comes down to like a kind of a question of semantics here, because I could just void door over here. I have been to both city states, but did I technically end my movement in both city states? I think the answer is no. I just ended my movement here, which does mean, by the way, we do have to make some rolls. So let's do that. Astrologist found some money. And Kensai also found some money and doesn't have to eat. Okay. We could now buy the Nexus Annihilator. We could buy 1. Or we could void door during the event phase over to here, and we could harvest those 2 antiquity sites. Antiquity sites get you, if you get them, 5 platinum. So if we get both of those, we then have enough platinum to close 2 portals. Then we could use the other void door to go to the other city state, buy 2 more void doors, void door to this boss because it's within range of this temple. And 1, 2, 3, 4, that's 5. How do we increase? Can we increase our range to 5? I am really attempting to game the game at this point, y'all, just in case you haven't been able to tell. Okay, if we each buy griffin mounts, which we can do up there, our range would increase to 4. I want my range to increase to 5. Leyline compass costs 8 platinum. And that would increase our range by 1. So I'm trying to get my range to increase by 5 because we are 1, 2, 3. We're only 4 away from this. I think this still counts as a map tile. Okay. think we can do it. So we are going to, for 7 each, we are each going to buy a Griffin mount, and that's going to increase our range to 4. For 7 each, leaving me with 4 here and 8 here. Before we harvest, we are going to use a void door to go within, it doesn't matter, we're going to go on this one because it's also within 4 of this one. We are then going to attempt to harvest from both of those antiquity sites. Before we do, you may spend up to a Akashic Link rank energy during the event phase to gain a -1 bonus to harvest test for each point of energy spent. So we need this harvest to come out to a 4 or lower. We technically a 5 or lower because we moved cautiously. So even if we roll a 10, I need a -5. So I'm going to spend 5 energy to guarantee that we hit on these. We're going to roll them. Hey, look, we hit on them. We actually did it without me spending anything, a 4 and a 5. That is going to get us 10 platinum. That puts us up to 52 platinum. We can still harvest from one other thing. Doesn't super matter what, assuming my plan works here. So let's harvest. That's the wrong placard. Harvest. Let's harvest from a highland space right here. That's going to get us 1 ore, and I think one of our things says whenever you harvest from an ore, you get 1 additional. So yeah, we'll get 2 ore. That gives us 12 ore. Cool. Okay. We're still in the event phase. We are going to dimension door or void door up here to the city state. So that uses our other void door. While we're in there, we are going to spend 50 of our 52 platinum to close 2 portals. Let's close these 2. While we're there, we're in a city state. It's still the event phase. We're going to buy 2 more void doors. We're just going to spend all of the Kensai's money. We're then going to use a void door to go to boss 5 because it is within 4 of our defender. So we have 1 void door left. And we are now going to fight boss 5. All right, it's Coatl, the Vicious. 34 health. It is a monstrous humanoid horde. We, of course, don't have that. All right, 34 health. No energy. Two plus 2 per hero outlast. So 6 outlast, I think, is what that's saying. Okay. Let's see. Health may not be targeted unless the outlast is 0. Despite multiple opponents, only 1 action is rolled each round. Each time a Kobold Warrior's or Kobold Shaman's vitals reach 0, reduce its Coatl's outlast by 1. Increase the vanquished number by 1. Then return those Kobold's vitals back to full. What? Where are these kobolds coming from? Oh, okay. Kobold Warrior, Kobold Shaman. C passive. Got it. All right. Each hero may target only 1 kobold each round, but heroes may each target a different kobold as if there were up to 6 of each type, i.e. 2 heroes could target 2 different kobold warriors. Their vitals tracked separately. No other effects may reduce his outlast. His Coatl is vanquished only when his health is 0. So we have to kill the kobolds to be able to target its Quaddle, the Vicious. How many kobolds does it get? Did it tell me? Health may not be targeted unless the Outlast is 0. Got it. Despite multiple opponents, only one action is rolled each round. Each time a Kobold Warrior or Kobold Shaman's vitals reach 0, reduce its Quaddle's Outlast by 1. Increase the vanquished number by 1. Then return those Kobold's vitals back to full. Each hero may target only one Kobold each round, but heroes may target a different Kobold as if there were up to 6 of each type. Okay. I.e. 2 heroes could target 2 different Kobold Warriors. Okay, so we have to kill 6. The Outlast is 6. So we have to kill 6 Kobold Warriors or Kobold Shamans. They're kind of phantom Kobolds, I think. Yeah. So that's kind of just a weird way of doing the Outlast. So each Kobold has either 12 health or 10 energy, depending on which one we're targeting. We're obviously going to target health, because why wouldn't we? Okay, so we are going to, our astrologist, keeping in mind I'm going to have another boss fight after this. I have to defeat, if I defeat bosses 5 and 6 with my Void Door nonsense, we'll win. If I don't, and that next card is not a siege, we might still win. I don't know. I don't know why I think that next card is a siege, but I do. I think there's, what, a 1 in 3 chance? Something like that. All right. So we're just going to spend 1 energy. That is going to give me, the astrologist is going to have defend 7, and it's going to raise 9. So we're going to have 19 health, and we're going to have 22 health. Okay. At rank 8, once per turn, when you use the Sky Reading 3 times the turn strength, and I'm not gonna do that. I gotta conserve my energy. Over here, we don't really need to do anything special. We're going to just do a normal attack of 13, which is actually 20, against 1 Kobold Warrior who has 12 health. So let's see how we do. 4. Triple 3+ current Outlast energy drain. Okay, reduce the number of targets by 1, a minimum of 1 target, and boost this damage by 1 for every 2 defeated kobolds. Raise its Waddle's health by the amount of damage each hero suffered. Okay, so its Coatl has 34. It's going to hit us for 3 plus the current Outlast, so that is going to be 9. Reduced by, nope, boost this damage by 1 for every 2 defeated kobolds. Don't have any. So it's going to be 9 energy drain. I was doing 7 damage over, or 7 defend over here. So we're going to go down to 7, and we're going to go down to 0. Okay. And then, so she did raise her health by amount of damage each hero suffered. Is that energy damage, health damage, or both? We'll assume both. So she's going to go up by 11. So 45. Okay. However, we have killed 1 Kobold Warrior. Okay. So the Outlast basically is now 5 because we killed 1 Kobold Warrior. Cool. Okay. So our next turn. Oh, the burn, I guess, doesn't really hit anybody. Oh well, because I mean, it's the thing that it's burning is dead. Cool. Next turn, our astrologist then is going to energy connection for 1. To try to give this guy, well, to give this guy 3 energy. He is just going to do a normal attack again against a kobold. So what does she do? 2. They gain block equal to twice the Outlast, which is 10. So they're getting hit for 10 damage. Okay. Roll this. If odd, nope. Even, play scaled sorcery, which that's the thing we just did. Okay. Why is boss 5 so difficult? This is nonsense. All right. That is going to be another dead kobold. So we're going to hit it for 20. It's going to block 10, but then it will burn, and that's going to be another dead kobold. So that's going to be, we're going to be down to 4. We have vanquished 2. 2 plus 2 per hero. Yeah. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, and then cool. All right, so we're gonna get hit then for the scaled sorcery again. So 3 plus current outlast, which is 4, so 12. Nope, 7. Boost this damage by 1 for every 2 defeated kobold. 8. So it is going to be 8 energy drain. Well, that is unfortunate. Okay. Being out of energy. Wait, what does the absorb thing do? Okay. We're going to use the absorbing orb so that the astrologist does not take that. And then we are going to use the racial to negate it as well for the Kensei, because we're going to need energy. So those, though, have been used for this one turn, or for the one game turn. Okay, we're going to do the same thing. The astrologist is just going to defend this time. Kensei is just, again, going to attack a kobold. Hex, that's probably good. Group 4 energy drain. And then we are going to have weakness against Earth. Okay, so that is a dead kobold. So that is 3, which means the outlast is down to 3. I guess I should be swinging. I should probably be swinging with the astrologist as well to try to go after another kobold. So yeah, we'll say I did that. So that's 4 plus 3. So that's 7 of 12 towards another kobold. All right. So on this turn, the astrologist is going to swing for another 7, and the Kensei is going to swing for 13 against, or 20 against another kobold. So after this round, there will only be 1 kobold left. 3. All right. Group 4 plus twice current outlast. Okay. 12 energy damage. Okay. 12 energy damage. So we're both out of energy. Oh, wait. Yep, I'm going to negate the damage using my golem racial. So I've used both my racials. I've used my absorbing orb. What does the Viper Potion do? Heal 10 energy or reflect 10. Okay, definitely going to need that. So they're out of energy. Used my racial over here. So we are down to a 1 outlast, 1 kobold. Okay, we are going to use 1 energy to give this guy 3 energy. Actually, no, we're not. Not yet. We're just going to defend over here, and we're going to use a Viper Potion to get 10 energy. So we're defending, and we're using a Viper Potion. This guy's attacking the last kobold. She is doing 3, which is the same thing. 4 plus twice the current outlast. So 6 damage, 6 energy damage. So this guy's already out. It is not energy drain, and this person defended 11. So now we can attack her, him. I don't know. Itzcoatl. We're going to attack Itzcoatl. Okay. So, Kobold Warriors. 6 dead Kobold Warriors. Now, we are going to spend an energy to give this guy 3 energy. What's the vine of the whatever? Nope. And what is the clay ocarina do? Does anything help us currently? Modify an opponent's outlast value by up to half your attack or defend rank. Are you kidding me? Or heal target's energy or influence value by your current energy. Okay, I could have just got rid of all those outlasts with that clay ocarina. That's why you should read and try to remember things. I didn't, though. So we're just going to attack for 20, and that's going to inflict burn. This is just a normal attack. That says burn. And then over here, we're giving the 3 energy back. Let's see what she does. 1, 2 plus current outlast health. Reduce this value by 1 for each kobold warrior vanquished this combat. This damage would be reduced to 0. Also play Wrathful Resurrection. I'm okay, words. Single, because that would be reduced to 0. 3 health plus 1 for each vanquished kobold. Of course, if at least 3 kobolds are vanquished, this attack gains 1 target, and each target becomes surrounded. If at least 6 kobolds are vanquished, reduce the number of kobold warriors and comes vanquished by 2. Okay. So she's getting 2 outlast back, but we're going to use the clay ocarina thing to just get rid of that. So we're taking 3 health damage plus 6 for each, because of each vanquished kobold. It's single target, but because we vanquished so many, it's going to target both. So 9 health damage to both of them. So this is going to come down to 10. And this will come down to 13. That's the amount that was raised. Okay, cool. All right, but she does take 20 damage. She's got 25 left, but she burns, so 22 left. We are then going... Yeah, we're going to go all out and try to kill her. So we are going to go down to 1 energy, and we are going to do 22 plus 8 is 30, 35, 38 in case she has some type of trickery. So 38 damage there. Over here, we are going to use... The raise is 5. The raise is 9, so we're just going to use 1 energy to raise 9 health. I'm not going to write it down yet. And then defend 7 over here. So raise 9 health, defend 7. She's dead. She's going to do the same thing she just did. So she's going to be hitting for 9. So the raise is fine here. The defense is fine here. She's dead. Whew. Okay, so, and this is still part of the same event phase. We're just void dooring everywhere. That is going to get us a sky medal. It is going to get us a portal close. There is 1 portal open still. It is going to get us 6 money. It is going to get us a gear upgrade each. We're gonna go. I don't know if I can go health. So we will go. Just in case I need to attack, we will go attack over here, and we're going to go attack over here. Actually, wait. Take that back. We're going to make this a 10. Can't. I don't know if we can go to 3 yet. I don't remember what that was at. I think 14. I don't know. That might be wrong. Doesn't matter. Someone's going to get, the blue is astrologist. Blue is going to get 2 to the second mastery. And this guy's going to get a reign of command, which I think already has. I have a reign of something. Nope, reign of the Dawn Maker. What does a reign of command do? When you bolster a defender, not going to be doing that. Cool. Okay. 2 power-ups. Element augment tier, favorite opponents. All abilities, cool. That gets our shatter defense to 10. And shared patterns. If this card was drawn for a single hero, draw another power-up and apply its bonus to all heroes. Neat. Okay, so this is going to go to 15. I think that's, we're just going to leave it at 14 because I'm not sure where it was. I erased it, got excited, and forgot what I erased. I was doing 28, that was 9. So it might have only been an 11. I might have gone way too high. So we're just going to take this to 12. Okay. So that's this one. Over here, pick 2 plus 1. This does get us 2 lumber, which again, I don't think we're going to need, but just in case we don't do what I want to do and there is another siege phase, we'll take it. Pick 2 plus 1 to 2 different. So we'll go attack in case we need to. And then we will go, I think we're going to go health. Okay. Another augment. So we will be a tier 2 air, I guess. And then another favorite opponent. 6. What are you, 6? Oh no. Oh, it's on the back of this. Crap. 6 is void. And you can't choose void. So I guess it doesn't super matter. So yeah, don't care. What a waste. Okay, and then we're going to draw this, and they're both going to get it. Okay, 2 to first mastery. Okay. Cool. Now, we are going to, this is silly, but I'm pretty sure within the rules you can do this. And in fact, when I was watching one of the designers play, he was doing void door after void door. We're going to void door to a city state. That's going to fill our vitals. Then we're going to buy void doors, and we're going to go over here to boss 6 because it is within range 4 of a defender. This temple, also within range 4 of the antiquity site. We are now going to fight boss 6, and if we win, we will close the last portal, and we win the game. Okay. Health and health reserve. Fun. So she's got, I guess we should probably read what's going on here. She's got 40 health, but a health reserve. All right. Miyako no Hime has a health reserve bound to her magical killing stone. See below. She may not die while the killing stone has health. Her health reserve has regen 5. Begins combat with 10 health and cannot be killed. Health damage dealt to Miyako no Hime reduces her health reserve first, and any excess damage reduces her health. Any hero may target the killing stone instead of her. It has evasion 6. If any hero deals 10 or more health, energy, or influence damage to it from a single attack, the stone splits and she permanently loses her health reserve. Oh, that should be easy enough. Okay. So we are going to use, we have favorite opponent against her as well. So that is a hex. Plus 5 is 11. So we are going to send that 11, and that's going to go towards the killing stone. Yeah. Okay. It has evasion 6. We're just going to see if to get it out of the way. It does evade it. Okay. So that's not going to kill the Killing Stone. The Killing Stone has 10 health and it regens 5. Cool. All right. Well, we're just going to, we'll spend 3 over here. That's going to give the astrologist, my strengthen goes up to 5. So that'll give the astrologist defense 14. It'll raise both of their health by equal to half sky rank. 6 times 3, 18 plus 5, 23. So 34. Wait, is that right? Raises the group's health. Each use gives you defend and raises the group's health by half sky rating. So that's 6. I'm using it 3 times. So 18, it is strengthened. Yeah, so 23. So that should be a good amount of health for everybody. Kensai is going to shatter defense and is going to go berserk. So I'm going to go down to 7. So that is going to be 24 plus the 8 is 32 plus 8 is 40. So he's doing 40 technically to the stone thing. Let's see what she's doing. 2. Reflect 2, raise health reserve equal to half her current energy, which is 35, or her current energy is 70. So she's going to reflect 2 back. So I'm going to take 2 here and go down to 34. Okay. Then she's going to raise her stone by half her energy, which is 35. So that's going to go up to 45, and then I'm doing 40 against it. If she doesn't pass, that's a 2. Okay, so did not evade. So it's going to 45. I'm doing 40. But what is this? And it regens 5. So it's going to be right back to 10. Any hero may target the Killing Stone instead of... Yep, I did. It has evasion 6. Yep. If any hero deals 10 or more health, energy, or influence damage to it from a single attack, the stone splits and she permanently loses the health reserve. Oh yeah, well she loses the health reserve. Because we did the damage to it. She just raised it back. Cool. All right, so then second round, we're going to spend the 2 energy again to keep the Berserk going. And that's going to be another 24, 32, 40. So that's going to be another 40 damage coming from Kensai and from our astrologists. I think we also might just attack as well. We do have favorite opponent, which is 1. And then we are going to attack for 6 and then 3 plus 1, so 10. She Hex. All combatants heal 5 energy. Group all skills. Oh boy. Okay. All skills. I'm going to use my hairpin thing on the astrologist to lower that. So the astrologist passes all 3. That's a pass. That's a pass. Those are all passes. Those who failed 1 are drained. Nope. Those who failed 2 are slowed. Nope. Those who failed 3 become tethered. Nope. And her Killing Stone each gain evasion 6 next round. Well, that's not going to help because she's dead this round. So that goes through. She takes 51 of 40. As part of our rewards, we get to cover up a siege portal. All of the siege portals are now covered prior to the siege phase. We win. Now, I'm just curious. Okay, it wasn't even a siege card. So, had plenty of time to do that. The next one is not a siege card. The next one is not a siege card. Okay, we had 3 more rounds to do all that. So, even without all of our void door nonsense, we could have done that. We might have even been able to just buy another one if we had kept going over here and getting 10 for a couple rounds. But didn't know that at the time. All right, so that is probably the least likely way to win Mountains of Godai. I feel like you probably more than likely are going to be trying to actually do the siege tower part of it. I mean, it is kind of a tower defense. But what happened when my nephews and I played, in one round, we just built a fortress and we put it somewhere near the middle. Put it near the middle, and then we spent everything we had. And we had it up to range 9. We had its the dice, the number of dice that it would roll. I think we had to 12, and we had an equipment that said you don't miss dice rolls, you automatically hit. We had another equipment that said you do 2 damage if your defender has, I think it was earth or something like that. So we gave it earth. So we had this thing in the middle with range 9, and it was doing 24 damage a turn. So in the second siege phase, when Jaethi came out, I think she ended up coming out over here. In 3 turns, because we had done some damage to her in the first one, in 3 turns, she was dead. Because this tower just ping, 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 just hit her 3 times in the first 3 turns with what we had done, and she died before they could take out the second city-state. So, yeah. Overall first impressions for me. I don't hate it. I don't know if I like it. I like it more than Volume 4, Domain of Mirza Noctis, but it does the same thing that I have a problem with. This doesn't feel like a Hexplore game. Yet the way I played it was a Hexplore game. We went around, we did missions to try and level ourselves up, but most of the missions we did got us resources that I never used. Now that's on me. I could have easily used the resources to build towers. I didn't want to do that this particular game. I was just trying to basically kill as many bosses as I could. That actually is a valor point, is to kill all the bosses. But I did not see boss 9 and I did not see boss 8. So no valor point for me. I think we maybe easily could have done that. I'm not sure. Boss 5 seemed harder than boss 6 though. So that's my current issue with it, is it just feels different. It feels like it's a different game, and they decided to wrap that game around Hexplore it, as opposed to wrapping Hexplore it around a tower defense game, in my opinion. I still think I like it. I mean, I'm still very early on in the number of plays, but like I said, it's not, to me, it's better than the Domain of Mirza Noctis, but I wanted this to be better than Sands of Shurax Volume 3, because that's my personal favorite. And I don't think it is yet. But again, I'm still going to play around with it. Tim and Josh want to play it. At least they think they do. I don't know how long this video went, but it went a while, and we didn't even hit the second siege phase. So, I also did forget too, at the end of the siege phase, you're also supposed to knock down all of these by 1. That's one of the things at the end of every siege stage. Just bad stuff happens for no reason really, other than people are leaving, I guess. But yeah, for me, overall impressions, I like it. I do like some of the new roles that I saw there. There's some pretty cool roles in here. There are some cool races in here. A lot of them are dependent upon this version of the game, but that's how they all are in every volume. The siege guys themselves, we only saw 1 here. Let's take a look at some more water ones. So here's a Yeti invasion, whatever that is, Huacoyotl, Tide Saurians, Elemental, different things like that. These are cool, and they have cool art on them. I kind of wish these cards were standard size. They made them small. I get why they made them small. But these I thought would be cooler as larger cards, because the art is really insane on them. It's really nice. That's neat. The encounter deck is the encounter deck. The harvest phase, some of these are just a lot better than other ones. We had one, here it is. Happened to be towards the top here. I think it was like the 10th one down or something. If we're reading this correctly, this one is insane. For 1 platinum, you can loot 10, which means you get a free item that's available in the city-states that costs 10 or less. And you get 4 gear upgrades per hero. This one we got when I was playing with my nephews. This was really the only way we were able to upgrade our people. And it got us some decent loot to the point that it helped us extend our range a little bit. And also we got some void doors so we can do the hopping around and things like that. Some of these are pretty fantastic. Other ones, when you gain ore, gain 1 extra. Okay, well, this one you just straight up can get loot 10 and 4 upgrades, unless that's a misprint. Or you can trade in 1 void element for 10 platinum, which I didn't have any void elements, but had I drawn this, that could have been one of the ways I got the platinum I needed. So it just seems the harvest phase is kind of neat, how you're trying to gather those things. But because there's a harvest phase with all of these, I would have loved to have seen more power-ups and less resources. Now, you probably need the resources if you're actually going to try to do the tower defense in the tower defense game. But for me, getting the power-ups and increasing your character has always been, the best part of Hexplore. Again, I think I still like it. I need to play it more. It's only 3 plays. I think the fewest number of plays I have in any other volume is 14. So this is going to get played some more. Hopefully I get the rules down a little bit better. I can stop referencing things so many times, because that'll really, speed them up. And that really helps me enjoy it. I don't mind sitting here for 5 hours playing a game, but not everyone, loves that. So speaking of which, I don't know how far we went here, but it probably won't be 2 parts. I think we're only like 3.5, 4 hours, maybe. Don't know. But yeah, that was a victory. I think, pretty sure I did all legal movements there. And even if I didn't, turns out I had 3 full rounds to defeat those bosses and get the platinum I needed. So, but yeah, that has been Hexplore Volume 5, The Mountains of Godai. Hopefully you enjoyed it or decided if it was for you or not. If this one isn't for you and you're still thinking about the series, take a look at Valley of the Dead King, Forest of Adramon. If this one looked too involved for you, stick with those two. Those two are easier. Valley of the Dead King, it's probably not a top 3 one for me. It's very high, but it comes with the most rolls and races. So there's a lot of longevity out of that one, a lot of combos that you can try and things like that. So that would be my recommendation. If you think this series is for you, but maybe not this game, just look at the other themes. And I would say Valley of the Dead King or Forest of Adramon would be the ones that I would go with. So, but again, don't hate this one. It didn't spring to number 1 for me yet. Maybe with future plays it will. I don't know. But anyway, that's my first impression. Not really even a review, just kind of a first impression. But thanks for joining me. Hopefully you enjoyed yourself. I did. And we'll catch you next time.